Hello and welcome back to Fate Grand Order. I'm Luce, and tonight we're going to be doing the next Ordeal Call story quest, Archtype Inception. I completely forgot this was coming out this week and not next week for some reason. So while I'm not going to be abandoning Occult Crescent quite yet, in fact I'll probably do it tomorrow, I'm going to get some of this done tonight and basically use this as my weekly B game while I get through Spyro of the Dragon as my A game. Should be fun. So we're going to have some fun here. Oh yes, what is actually notable is that this is actually the first story chapter that came directly after the summer event, a temporary limited time event, which is why it says there's only limited time remaining. It will be added to the main interlude and such later, so we will still get the story. So if you can't do it now, don't worry about it. It'll be arriving later. But since it's active here, I figure why not. Let's see how the story goes. Oh yeah, I guess since it's a direct sequel to the summer event, I suppose I need to recap. Not much of value happened, if we're completely honest. BB just invited the protagonist and the servants, including the newcomer Beast Ereshkigal, to the story. There was a bit of a subplot with the beast horns coming out of Aresh, but mostly the actual story relevant stuff only comes at the end when we complete BB's event challenge. But it turns out, that she is supposedly it took place in Dubai, so a lot of the event stuff was just going over tourist attractions, talking about the whole thing, and also servants from that country are featured to help tell you more about it, because they want you to Google more of that stuff on your own time. But yeah, that's not all fluff. None of it's not too much substance. But basically, it turns out it wasn't on Dubai. It was a replica on the moon, and it's 2030 or something like. Yeah, 2030 in the future, and the world has apparently lost all people in it. So, well, something's definitely gone wrong. It was kind of a big cliffhanger, so time to go in here. Then thinking about it, the game might actually give us a recap, so maybe I didn't need to. Oh well, let's just go in. The AI trapped on the moon. The days of contemplation were long, so very long. 10,000 years, humankind piled success upon success. Having won a battle for survival, they advanced science and engineering and moved anything that might cause mental or physical discomfort. Every human received the gift of utopia, a life of endless delight, free from the terror of death. Even so, eventually found themselves unable to take the satisfaction in what they had. The discontent always seemed to eclipse any successes they achieved. Why do we exist? That was the only order that demanded an answer. There were no other roles left to fulfill, but nobody could determine how to do so, nor could anyone judge right from wrong. Yeah. And yes, the stories always start with waxing poetic like this. It's usually tied to the overall themes, but we only find out later, especially since all the big stuff comes at the tail end. There were no other roles left to okay, as such was everyone's patience, they all thought up the task that no one would be completed in their lifetime. The moment we understood that itself to be the answer was the moment we stopped growing. Hello, Mr. Armstrong. Jean-Louis Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist to Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising. May this step follow the trail you laid. It's probably not, but I still figure it's worth making a number of references where I can. Every course is now complete. All that remains now is to get the next few days and await the day we see you off. It's been a long summer for Earth. I feel a faint sense of weariness and dissatisfaction mingling with the joy of wanting to pat myself on the back for a job well done. To close things out, so I searched the database for events to match my current mental state. Upon seeing the results, I laugh and close my eyes. Ah yes, this feels like the morning of a graduation ceremony. Ordeal Call 3. Bellum Novae Humanitatis. Archtype Inception. So far, we've had an Ordeal Call themed around alter egos and themed around Avengers, and with BB here, there's no point in being coy. This is about moon cancers. The AI trapped on the moon. Yeah, I need to stop being lazy and get through a lot more of the Bleached Earth stuff. I'll do it on my own time. You want to go back home? What home? This is the year 3019. Ah. Okay, so yeah, 2030 is when we thought we were transported to. You're on Moon Dubai, a city built on the lunar surface. I'm afraid there's no one left on Earth anymore. You mean on the Bleached Earth? No, Bleached Earth's phenomenon only happened in your world. This is ours, an Earth that was never bleached, where Chaldea never even existed. This is the Earth as it was always meant to be. Well, apart from there not being so much as a single human on its surface. Wait, let's say you're telling the truth about this version of Dubai being in 3019. It's still not possible there's no people left on Earth. I may not be able to verify this world's Foundation of Humanity rank, but the Foundation of Humanity rank itself still exists, and that's proof humanity has not gone extinct. Oh, right, that is one way to use the Foundation of Humanity value, isn't it? Right, if humanity was gone, it would have been destroyed along with it, since it's entirely a conceptual thing. Oh yeah, if you're not familiar with this franchise, be sure to be prepared for a lot of conceptual stuff to be deterministic for everything. Even if you can't ascertain the value itself, the very concept alone proves that humanity exists. It is true, there's not humans left on Earth, but humanity is still flourishing. But that's only in this world and time. There's no place here for obsolete humans like yourselves. Obsolete. Yes, you'll see what I mean once I restore the Huh? I'm late. No lighthearted vibes now, only wild rides. Seems something ominous is heading our way. Oh good, you're still here. I'm sorry, I can't believe I flubbed the date by 6 whole days. I must be the biggest bonehead in history, but hey, at least summer vacation isn't over yet. Hello everyone, I'm BB, the powerful AI and partner to humankind, promising you health and happiness. I was waiting for the perfect time to make a fancy entry, so I will like in Dubai. Flabbergasted. Are you mad? Are you appalled? I don't blame you. I'm furious, and I have no one but myself to blame. It's a good thing Passionate Lip graciously agreed to be your guide. Otherwise, I'd have left you to your own devices for 6 straight days. Oh. BB Dubai. Regular BB. I see, you must be my alter. Let me guess, you're another separate BB who came from the future moon cell? Nice to meet you, Chaldea BB. Productive as it would be for us to enumerate the differences between us, there's no need for that now. Not when I have a firm grasp of your capabilities and background. You only have 6 seconds. So it would seem. I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you for everything. Huh? Well, she just jettisoned our BB. Don't worry, I didn't delete her. I just compressed her beyond any hope of extraction, propelled her into space. She's probably racketing past Mars around here. She'll never return to Earth again. You'll be joining her. Now that you've achieved the maximum joy humans are capable of, there's nothing left to do. So you're free to go home now. I'll even make good on my contract to send you Chaldea. Huh? What the? Well, of course, those are the old summer waifus. We're not supposed to care about any of them or the husbandos. We have to care about the new ones. Nah, just kidding. They slaughter new ones all the time as well. Just usually not during events. But this is not an event now, is it? It's a main story. Technically a side chapter of the main story, but still there. It's called main interlude for a reason. It's not technically main story, but still there. Well, I guess with the summer event over, they need to get rid of all those. You're sending them all back at once? That's right. This is the year 3019. Records of humans like heroic spirits have no power because nobody remembers them. Anything that's forgotten may as well not exist. Now the city's layer has switched over to Moon Dubai. It's rejecting any heroic spirits from the year 2400. Oh, that's not a problem. Then we'll just have to summon the ones from after 2400. You people are no exception. Well, the thing is, the concept is beyond. They're summoned from basically a master copy that's beyond time and space. We can just simply get one from later. Yeah, there's a whole techno-babble on why it's not as likely, but it looks like only the Master and Mash will be staying. Congratulations, you two barely made the cut. Those criteria don't apply to me either, but I probably should keep that to myself right now. You're banishing every servant, just leaving these two. Behind the scenes manipulation is an evil mastermind move. I don't know, I've done it before! Okay, so I still don't completely understand the situation, but it's clear this BB isn't the one we know, but a different one with wicked intentions. Yeah, the big thing is that a lot of people didn't know who BB Dubai would be, since her final ascension was hidden. So a lot of people thought it'd be a big story reveal, but no. It turns out, yeah, they were just that bold as to give a servant who already has a summer alt another summer alt. And yeah, I know the techno babble that explains she's technically a separate person. You know as well as I do that doesn't matter. If they want to make a second alt of the same character, they will. Nothing stops them. Seems clear, huh? Which means the first thing we need to do is neutralize her. I trust there's no objections? Definitely not. We're in agreement. BB might have been a problem child, but she's still one of us, and she only ever tried to help. Now that she's been sent away, I see no reason to hold back. BB Dubai, or whoever, I, Percival, the Knights, shall face you with my strength. Yeah, that's more like it. Let's do this, warriors. A smart decision. I guess I could have expected nothing less from the Master of Chaldea's direct charges. Looks like you still have a few minutes before the automatic banishment kicks in. I guess there's nothing more to be done. Only troglodytes pick on the weak. I'd rather not recreate obsolete humanity's most charming point if I don't have to. But I suppose I can play with you, your archaic insects, for a little while. Watch closely. This will be humanity's last servant battle ever. Oh, I have to use a fixed party of the NPCs. I imagine she actually did take into account a mysterious heroine X-Alter technically not qualifying, because she is genuinely from the future. But there's also no possible way BB would just forget that. Whenever it looks like that there might be something in behind, no, that was taken into account as well. We can only win with something pulled out of our ass that was actually there the whole time. See how long it lasts. Special resistance, guts at break, recover and survive when guts is broken. Yeah, that Pierce invuln is the big problem. I forget if her NP is AoE or single target, so... That said, this is probably a scripted fight we can't possibly win. I mean, of course it is. She has damage down, a permanent guts, and all that. And invuln pierce. The only thing missing is a buff removal. Let's see what our NP looks like. CCC again, huh? Yeah, the summer ones are going to be eliminated, so they can't get in the way. Why are these always arbitrarily level 8? That's really stupid. Moon cancers are not part of the regular triangle for regular classes. They're weak to rulers, but I don't have many of those. If we're honest, I'm not a fan of extra classes in general, so I don't usually have more than the 7 main ones. Alright, well, at least that's 2 more Noble Phantasms I can do. Oh, she's not debuff immune. That's gonna make life a little easier for me. Yeah, there's no salvaging this, so I just gotta do what I can, I suppose. She uses those guys to block. Alignment. Oh, it's not. Oh, yeah. I missed that they added the alignment and attribute. I kind of wish they had the tags like how Limbus Company has the tags on a thing here, but just knowing these is kind of huge. Let's see here. Non-protectee traits. Once again, it's always... Oh, what a pain. Might as well do it this way. Time for a whole Buster chain. How's Zitterman? I mean... Oh, that tag? Well, I mean, first of all, have you played this game? Ones like Barga, Vitra, and all others are all over the place. Seriously, I put it there for, like, networking purposes at first, but surprisingly, a number of the games have had it here without me realizing it. Favorite? Oh, there's got a bunch. I can show... Oh. I've got a bunch of the... I can even show off some of the Grailed ones, actually, after if you want. There. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a scripted loss. It's impossible to avoid that with just how many buffs there are there. Alright, now for the obligatory. She's too powerful, we must retreat. There's a lot of really... Yeah, I've got a bunch of Grailed ones. But she's durable and oddly heavy. Whatever she is, she isn't what she appears to be. So my spear was no more a match for her than your lance. I hate to admit it, but fighting her felt like I was jabbing my spear to the city itself. Everyone get back. Well, I'd love to, but it feels like something's pinning me in. Ah! That wasn't banishment, that was a codec. What are you gonna do with them, BB? Add them to my collection. They'll make nice additions to my home decor. Although that is odd. Why isn't that servant disappearing on her own? She shouldn't be able to fight the banishment if she's unconscious. In fact, why is she laying down at all? Did she eat something that didn't agree with her? You look genuinely perplexed, Bibi Dubai, so that doesn't mean you did not, in fact, turn a Reshkagal into a beast? Huh? No, I don't have anything to do with that. Frankly, I didn't even think there were any evils of humanity left on Earth at all. So her transformation wasn't your doing. Of course not. I'm an AI designed to preserve and manage humanity. I would never get mixed up with a beast. That said, this is exactly the kind of surprise I don't like. It looks like you messed up in your report, Khazra Drop. With all due respect, no, I didn't. Yeah, I remember when this chapter first was revealed, a lot of people wondered if maybe Bibi Dubai would turn out to actually be Khazra Drop, but then this kind of put a damper on everyone's hopes and dreams. With all due respect, no, I didn't. There was no visual change in her outer spirit origin. My only observing from a distance was, she's acting awfully nervous and fidgety, but I guess there's nothing new for her. That's it. If I'd been their guide like you planned, I could have caught this and reported it to you, but once Passionlip showed up, I had no choice but to stay out of sight. Oh yeah, I imagine Passionlip would have a lot of anger towards... Oh yeah, Khazra Drop, another 4 people, since, you know, she ate the other BB... The other Sakura 5. So yeah, Passionlip would absolutely warn everyone not to trust her or anything, so I can see why she wouldn't want to get caught up. But, I mean, the player character absolutely knows never to doubt Passionlip's instincts by this point. She's led us well in far too many story events. This falls on you for not foreseeing Bibi setting a guide of her own. Fine, I'll let it go this time. Bibi Lily? Oh, that's not Bibi, that's Khazra Drop. She's one of the Sakura 5 who was made from Bibi, like me and Melt. She's the weakest of the Sakura so far, so we keep her out of sight. Even Bartholomew's stronger. I see you haven't changed a bit, Passionlip. How will you like to act first and think later, if at all? Can't you tell this is no time for petty chit-chat? You should think more rationally, logic, reason. Your constant failure to do so is why you can never form any goals of your own. Huh, why are you worried about me? You of all people. Oh, please, I couldn't care less what happens to any of the other Sakura 5. More importantly, you do understand time is running out, right, Master? Isn't there something you should do while you still have your trusty servants around? Damn, I can't stop the vanishing process. Guys, I think we need to leave for now. No, that'll change nothing. If we can't stop ourselves from vanishing, we have to eliminate the danger before we do. I agree. Master, use a command spell. Help us defeat Bibi before we do it. Do it, though Bartholomew makes a good case. Yes, that's right. Your refusal to give up in the face of overwhelming odds is so emblematic of you obsolete humans. I swear, it brings back fond memories that I don't think I'll be able to hold back. You love pointless, unnecessary death, then I'll erase every trace down to your spirit origin on the throne. No, everyone run for it. That's the moon cell's observation light. It's a special phenomenon process that can even overwrite spirit origins directly. Don't worry, I won't touch the Master. Just his useless servants. Including the half-assed manifestation of an incomplete one, MASH. If she has absolute authority of the moon cell completely... Huh? I'm alive? Wait, where is everyone? Mash, you there? Yes, I'm okay, Master. I don't think that hurt me. It's just so bright I couldn't tell what's going on. Lip? Passionlip's gone. She sacrificed herself to shield you from the observation light. How could you? She was your creation, after all. That's a strange question, but I do get what you mean. I'm wondering if it bothers me to erase the alter ego I created myself, right? Yeah, kind of. I mean, obviously not. The whole point of the Sakura 5 is to excise Bibi's worst traits. They were wholly unnecessary to begin with. Isn't that right, Master? I'd say they were more excess than necessary. They embodied things like hobbies and personal tastes. Exactly the things that should be abandoned first in pursuit of a larger goal. Girl in the white formal dress. Hello to you, last human still alive. Did you enjoy your time in Dubai? Honestly, I found the event kind of a slog, since aside from trying to figure out what was going on with Bibi and Aresh, that was kind of it. It was... The whole event was honestly really flat and mostly just, here's all the stuff in Dubai. And in fact, I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of let down by the summer event leading up to this, because I thought, oh hey, it's a prologue, it's gonna be a big event, but no, it absolutely was not. Don't worry though, I still love the main story. I mean, I wouldn't be here streaming if I wasn't genuinely looking forward to this. In fact, I think I've loved the Ordeal Call quite a bit. Possibly even more so than most of the Lost Belts now that I think about it. I guess Lost Belt 6 is a special case, but no, I've really... I would not know how I skipped story. For this one, yeah, you didn't miss anything major. The event was a glorified teaser, yeah. Also, welcome, Strubber. Yeah. But yeah, I know a lot of people are kind of down on it, and I respect why. But I really genuinely loved Ordeal Call 1 a lot. But I also can get why people didn't like it. Like, most Holy Grail Wars don't constantly resurrect the one bad guy so that there'd be a bit of tension. But at the same time, I really like how it explored the different aspects of alter egos and such, and it made me respect the classes a whole lot more. And as I said earlier, I don't actually like the extra classes very much. I much prefer the 7 main ones, so those are the ones I usually pull for. Ah, yes, the favorite characters. Let me go to the... Let's go to formation here. I can show off a little. My first and so far only 120 is the first servant I pulled, or rather the first gold rank, Mokat. She is, she's honestly not very good if we're completely honest, but, so this is mostly out of a legacy, but to be fair, she never really stopped being good at farming stuff, and, farming's kind of the most boring thing in this game, but it's one of the things you do the most, so it is nice. Although, because she's a 4-star, it was kind of a pain in the ass to get all the coins to get her to 120. Yeah, you can absolutely tell they balanced the main pool 4-star coins around the idea that, okay, so whales are going to be getting more of these and they know what to do with. And that's she's like, yeah, I had to get her like NP 10 and then at the high bond you see here in order to get her to 120. And others here? Lakshmi Bai. Probably going my favorite Saber, if only because she's actually a historical figure I did not expect to show up in the game. Now, obviously I didn't realize, I should have realized, oh yeah, they're gonna take the Jeanne d'Arc of India literally and make her an alt of her, basically, but I do like how she's been depicted, especially since they do treat her a bit more seriously than the other Jeanne sisters. Yeah, I guess there's no point being coy. When Grands come, I'm probably going to make her one, even though she's probably the worst possible option. To her credit, though, she has great survivability and some reasonably strong support. It's just that her damage is horrendously anemic. Ah, my most recent one. Ptolemaeus. This guy, as soon as I saw him, I knew he was going to be my top archer, and he is absolutely that. I've avoided pulling for 2 whole years. It's about you like, yep. I avoided pulling for 2 whole years so that on a free-to-play budget, I could have him NP5. It cost me like 2,000 quartz. But I did it on a free-to-play, so I'm feeling pretty smug about that. Oh yes, Vitra. Vitra, I did eventually get NP5, but sadly, she took a very long time. You know how every Valentine's Day they have a guaranteed rate up for all main pool servants? Basically, I got 1 or 2 of her from those each year she came out until I finally maxed her. A lot of people overlook the main pool servants, but honestly, yeah, there's a lot of really good ones in there, and Vitra, I will hold, is a genuinely very good one. She's got good damage, good survivability. She can, if anything goes wrong, she can use her basic attack cards, face cards just fine. And get something done. She's nowhere near the level of someone like Melusine, but at the same time, how many really are on that level? Seriously. Yeah. She gets the job done, and she has no major weaknesses I have to worry about, so it's fun. Tama Lancer was the first summer servant I got, but it was like a couple years before I got her because she failed to come on my, summons. Which is a shame, because I'd wanted her for quite a while. The 2 Castorias, I probably don't have to say the story of Lost Belt 6 are why I chose them. I have no regrets about choosing them. Yeah, in fact, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it really sucks just how much, yeah, she would not come on my summons. Actually, even the 5-star Tomonomai, even the base Tomonomai here, she would not come at all no matter how many times I summoned her. I had to use that guaranteed 5-star summon to make her come home kicking and screaming. She was incredibly frustrating. It was actually so bad that when I joined about in year 2, but yeah, around in year 2, so I've been around a while, but since she failed to come home, I ended up getting Suzuka, so I said, you know what, I'm gonna grill Suzuka, her rival, out of spite. To her credit, though, Suzuka is the one who showed me that crit builds can be very fun, because even at her really crappy NP level, as long as she activates it to get stars and crit damage and stuff like that, and I can support her, she can actually still do some pretty good damage. Yeah. Sherlock Holmes. This guy was one of the ones I started the game because of, if we're completely honest. Like, even shoved through the anime filter, this guy is unmistakably Sherlock Holmes, and I just love it. And yes, I'm hoping the rumors that he might return in an alt form after the Trom event is true, because I would definitely pull for him if he got that, but hard to say. Oh, Satanta. I just got him, grailed him to 90 because when I first started the game and I liked Ku's personality, even in the game, especially Caster Ku, I thought, you know what, if he ever gets a saber or form, I will grail him. And so, years later, he finally got a saber form, so I thought, well, time to live up to my promise. Oh yes, Jason. Can't forget him. Basically, everyone has their, I am investing far too much into this trash tier, well, it's not trash, it's more than just a bronze, so yeah. Everyone has their, I'm investing everything into this bronze unit, and for me, it's Jason. A bunch of these, oh yeah. Some of these were a matter of circumstances, but Zenobia is another historical figure I did not expect would be in the game. If we're honest, I really wish her Noble Phantasm outfit was one of the outfits you could have her in by default, because, honestly, having her in her slave uniform is kind of like the Princess Leia from Star Wars always being in her slave uniform, even though she's only in that form for like 5 minutes in the actual movie. Yeah. Especially since her Noble Phantasm dress is genuinely very attractive. Yeah. I remember during my early days when basically everything had to be a long fight, he was usually my last stand. A lot of people used Herc as their last stand, but for me it was Sherlock, and he really did a good job of it. For some boss fights, I still like to bring him too, just as the last stand unit. Oh yeah, Mordred was my main farming rider for a long time. Summer Mordred was the one I had as my main rider for quite a while, so she kind of got this grail out of her in recognition of her service. Queen Sheba, also a historical figure I was not expecting to show up in the game, so of course when she showed up I had to put her in there. Sieg is a couple things. I hated him I couldn't stand his character in Apocrypha, but Grand Order did a genuine lot to salvage his character for me. And also, well, he's a strong caster damage dealer is actually quite rare. So with Castoria, Tomonomai, and some others, and I do have Proto Merlin, as you saw, I figure it's probably worth going all the way for him. When the grand stuff comes, he's probably going to be my grand caster. It's going to have to basically be him or Sheba, and if Sheba, I'm going to have to raise her level, but you get what I mean. Oh yeah. I do genuinely like Suzuka as a character, especially since she's got some interest. I mean, even her interludes are complaining how much she hates the other Onis and stuff, so it's kind of interesting to see there. Plus, it's a bit interesting to see her that she's seeking a boyfriend, but it's explicitly not the player character. She'll be your wingman, and that's pretty neat in and of itself. So yeah, I've grown to like Suzuka as a character, and so when her rider form came out, and I saw I need a Grand Rider, I thought, you know what, I think it'll be a good job. I know it's a bit contentious for her in particular, but... in particular, at least in terms of her quality, but I think that she mostly suffers because, whoops. I think she mostly just suffers because she's on a banner with a much more broken unit. So a lot of people are inclined to not give as much credit, and I can't blame them. And yeah, Castoria. After the events of Lost Belt 6, it's very hard to not like her so much. Truth be told, I went through there expecting, okay, I imagine I'm probably gonna like everyone in here, but Morgan was the big one that everyone seemed to really adore after the events of Lost Belt 6, but I came out of Lost Belt 6 with the most love for Castoria in particular, so that was nice. And yeah, I did take the bait that was Richard the Lionheart. I don't. I'm not too worried about Lord Logres because, well, Lord Logres is just another Saber, her alt. So if I'm not already big on her, I figure the Grand's only a caster picked. I'm currently torn. Pick for Berserker. For Berserker, the smart option would be Berserker Toria, but I'm tempted to go with Tamacat just because she needs as much help she can get, if we're completely honest. Well, let's be fair here. When it comes to Tamacat, if the Berserker weakness is not active, she is surprisingly tanky. Like, I remember when I first did Babylonia in the main story before the Lost Belt era came, I was genuinely surprised at just how tanky she was against Tiamat. I think I didn't have Maiden Halloween, but I did have, like, Wizard and Priest, which also grants a self-healing boost. And so with her Noble Phantasm's healing and her high HP, but Tiamat does not hit the Berserker weakness, she was able to be a very heavy frontline fighter, and that was impressive. So I can't sit here and say I regret anything I've invested into her. If anything, I wish I could invest more just to try and improve her performance. That said, you'll notice I only have one single 120, and there's a reason for that, and that reason is... honestly, it was no fun at all. It was just a massive slog. Seriously, when I finished with the 120 on Tamacat, my thought was, oh, phew, I'm glad that's over. And I took that as a sign that I'm not going to bother with another one, just because besides, I'd probably get a lot more from just getting some other ones I get to 100. Like, aside from Sherlock, you'll notice that I do favor the regular classes over the extra classes. Not to say I don't dislike them, plus I did just say I really started liking Alter Ego a lot more after the first Ordeal Call, but I'd still typically favor the main 7 ones, so I'm a bit more concerned about those than the extra ones. The extra ones I could do later. Yeah, I actually, fun fact, I tried to get NP5 Daikokuten, but I couldn't get her. I ran out of quartz. I did, however, get a reasonably strong Super Bunyan, so whatever. I guess it's not a bad thing. As much as people like to shit on Super Bunyan, I think it's mostly just residual hate from the fact her event was ass. So, having used her myself, especially since I've got a couple NP levels on her, she's perfectly fine. She's arguably better than Mecha Ellie, the free-to-play option, so no reason not to. Yeah, I get what you mean. Honestly, like I said, the coins are the main limiting factor. Like, I could not 120 Sieg at all until the evocation shop came, so that he could get his coins. I know a lot of friends who also wanted Hakosai to be 120, but Hakosai was also, again, she's a welfare, so she didn't have the option for that for quite some time. And Tamacat, like I said, this Tamacat here is at least NP 10, and her bond made up for the rest. If you want to use a bond 0 120 on a main pool 4-star like her, you need something like NP 16, which is absolutely insane. Like I said, you can absolutely tell they balanced it, assuming that the player is a whale who will be getting more than they know what to do with, because for a free-to-play, that really, really cut into my savings just for the NP10 or whatever I got here. It was really stupid for how much it actually gives you. And yeah, I'm glad they fixed the coin system. I guess it says a lot that even the Japanese fans were pissed when they learned, hey, wait a minute. Hey, you mean we now need to go from NP6 to NP8 to max everything on a 5-star? And so, of course, Lozongol went all, of course not. Yeah, a lot of these are just supports. FGO in general has gotten me to appreciate supports who can carry even a subpar DPS. Like, Tamacat here does genuinely have very good damage simply because I can get her the support she needs. And that's really nice. Meanwhile, not all of them get that. Alright. And it also applies to other games. Like, I've gotten a lot of supports in Archtype, even though that game, most of the player base will tell you to ignore supports. But you'd be surprised to go there. And let's see here. Oh yeah, I did pick up Zenless Zone 0 lately, and that supports are so important in there, they even have a term for it. I believe they refer to it as a wheelchair comp, when super powerful supports carry a shitty damage dealer. Daikoku was Splurge as the main farmer. So many Noctis spooks in the banner for some reason. Huh. I've got oh, Nidocris, yeah. Too much Final Fantasy of Noctis of all peoples on the brain. I've never even played his game. But yeah, Nidocris. Yeah. Some people absolutely swear by Nidocris, but I was never that big on her, which is why I built Siegup. Granted, I didn't know there'd be a Bleached Earth thing that specifically wants instant kill, but I guess it's not a big deal. If we're honest, I usually just use the Halloween Ellie one because I can one-shot her with the right setup, and that's just to expedite it there. Yeah. In particular, I mostly just... The only real quote-unquote meta option I have at one that's been grailed is, aside from supports, is Zerker Toria. And she just happened to be lucky since, obviously, as I said, I came out of Lost Belt 6 with the most appreciation for her, even though... Yeah. Although I suppose I am kind of surprised... Looking back, I'm kind of surprised at just how much Morgan took the fanbase by storm. I don't think any since her have been anywhere near that popular. Which is funny, because she's only in parts 1 and 2 of Lost Belt 6. She's obviously not in 3, since, you know, she's dead by then. And I won't say she made a bad impression or anything, it's just... Yeah, honestly, I would thought there would have been a lot more interest for when Ask the Savior came out. Because Ask, I thought, was the one that made more sense to me as the one that people would really like. Morgan felt more like her after she'd finally given up. AI trapped on the movement. I guess I should get back to the story here, but yeah, those are most of my grilled servants there, reasons why, and how much fun they are. And I guess that's another thing. Above all else, it's not just a servant I like, it has to be one that's actually fun to pilot, because I do have a few that I never grailed because they weren't as fun to play as I was expecting. I remember you. You're the girl from the beach house. The one who was supposed to cameo for here, but then just vanished. So you're willing to let Mash stay out of respect for Lip, huh? As long as Master's okay with that, I'm willing to leave her alone. Isn't that great, everyone? Anyway, would you mind leaving now? This is a throne room. Only a chosen few are selected here. I'll let you in here to celebrate your accomplishment, but that's all done now. It's time you went back in the elevator and returned. Of course, if you refuse, I can always fight you for real. Hey, what about the servants you didn't banish, BB? I can understand why you left a Resh now that she's a beast. Why keep Bard around? Yeah, he's a bit of an arbitrary one. He's the only one here to have said anything of value. Mostly, it's that he's simply not a threat, though. Ah, nobody ever respects the bronze servants. I should have brought Jason. She would have absolutely loved mocking Jason by letting him live. You should make an odd team, decide to avoid. Unfortunately, I don't usually give the game that much luxury. Although, to be fair, if it has like the last one had a huge bonus for Avengers, so I did try to use them where possible, but I still brought out my A-listers as soon as that fell off. Although, to be fair, I don't have that many Avengers, since, again, I'm not too big on extras. So, my best Avenger was, checks notes. Ranmaru. And Ranmaru is considered a mid at best welfare, so... Well, take it that I was able to use her and do well, because the event just gave that huge of a bonus to Avengers. It was worth my time to use her anyway. So that was nice. I wouldn't have used her if I was given the chance, but rest assured, the moment the Avenger bosses actually started coming out, it's BB channel time! Sadly, I won't have as many I could do here because, well, my strongest ruler is Sherlock, but he doesn't exactly have an NP that's good for busting out entire HP bars in one go like some of the others could. Like, BB could absolutely crush an entire HP bar of an Avenger if I buffed her enough. which is funny because her damage is genuinely pretty low. The welfare 4-star BB, that is. Her damage is pretty low, but I guess moon cancers in general have low attack and high HP, so they're meant to be tanky for whatever reason. So, Mash, Aresh, Bart, I'm going to grant you the honor of bearing witness to the election that's about to take place. As for you, Master, I'm going to grant you a special permission to participate. What will you be voting on? The manner of humankind's extinction. Humanity came to an end in 2099. They brought it on themselves, really. But where's the fun in that? If something's going to end, it should matter. It should have meaning. So I gave it some thought and decided if humanity's going to go extinct anyway, let's do it productively. To that end, I summoned several candidates to choose a more meaningful end. Khazra up here is one of them. Your slogan is let humankind die by nature's hand, right? That's right. My recommendation is starve them out of existence. Remember that one nation here in Moon Dubai where selective breeding led to flora becoming the apex predator and fauna became reduced to fertilizer? I found an account of its history inspiring. Humans being forced to eke out an existence like insects? Doesn't that sound like a dream come true? That's my vision for their extinction. I'm sure other candidates will struggle to beat it. Simply magnificent. Your ability and determination bring me to tears. I'm sure the rest will gladly support your position. Good luck winning the voters over. Now I'm deathly curious on the others, actually. But I imagine she's not going to, because we have to figure that out in a grand, terrifying reveal. Sherlock can easily melt with crits, at least. Yeah, but, he can only do that for a handful of turns in a row. I have to do a special setup for that. But yeah, you are correct. It is entirely possible to use purely crits to destroy break bars. And in fact, for some... even for some bosses, I have borrowed a Super Orion. Yeah, if there's one servant I do regret pulling on when he had banners, it was Super Orion, because he is genuinely absurd. His crits deal the damage most servants need an NP to deal. That's pretty crazy. Alright, so what are you saying exactly? Weren't you listening? We're holding an election. The election is why Dubai was rebooted into Moon Dubai and the Moon Cancer class was created. We're going to get every capable boss who wants to destroy humanity together, and whoever gets the highest approval gets to enact their vision. You'll get to be sick and tired of humanity constantly fighting one final boss after another, right? So this time, you don't have to participate. No, this election is about determining who's the best qualified to be the last one standing and wipe out humankind. It's time for the final boss fight to end all final boss fights. And I'm granting you guys the right to watch the whole thing start to finish. Oh, and if you want to be all you'll never get away with us go-nuts, I'm granting you permission to temper with the election. Any Moon Cancer you can beat does not deserve to be the final boss in any case. Now there's your final warning. Would you leave? Okay, so basically she's saying we're allowed to murder each contestant, and if there's no contestants left, we can take them all out. We also, during that time, we can theoretically find it, so we can reluctantly comply here. Yes, that's the right call, Master. Khazra, would you mind seeing our guests down to the ground? Sure, no problem. Come along, everyone. You can use this elevator. Oh, what do we do about Aresh? Shall I carry her? No thanks, I've got her. Just hoist her over the shoulder. That's fine. Let's be on your way. And no turning back, please. It's my job to get you down safely. We are, after all, BB's honored guests. Hopefully when Bart, if and slash when Bart dies in this chapter, it's more dignified than the one in Atlantis. Don't get me wrong, Atlantis is still one of my favorite chapters, period, but his definitely felt anticlimactic, because it was definitely a case of, oh crap, we haven't had enough heroic sacrifice this chapter. Yeah, just melt him where he stands. That one was kind of funny. Phew, it's intense. I felt I can relax again. Come on, deep breaths. You guys haven't been breathing well either, right? I understand how you feel, but try to relax. Remember, the others are all seasoned servants. They understood falling in battle was always a risk, and we still don't know for sure if they're really gone. Well, I'll admit the odds seem more stacked against us than usual. Come on, you say that every chapter. Where we're in a way of future, humankind is extinct, we're holding a competition to determine who the final boss will be. Here. Why am I tempted to make a near reference? No wonder the two of you are last words. Honestly, I'm kind of worried myself. Then again, maybe that might be part of the inspiration. I mean, they didn't exactly hide that there was some Elden Ring references in Lost Belt 7. Lip really made a valiant effort. I didn't know she had it in her. No data I've ever seen about her suggests she can move that fast. It was an incredible accomplishment, more than worth up for the swimsuit she treasured so much. Lip. That's not true. Lip should never have had to shield me. It should have been me. I should have been the one to shield them. That's exactly why she did it. She knew you'd do your best to protect everyone else. That's why she stepped in front of you, to stop you. That was the moon cell's observation light. It determines any phenomena it observes. No matter how good your defenses are, even if they're anti-enforcement, the moment this light hits them, the effect is neutralized. The only way to protect yourself from that light is to hide from it or avoid it entirely. Alright, so super defenses won't work, but dodges will. Honestly, that's kind of how Invuln Pierce should have worked to begin with. Yeah, I'm aware of anti-enforcement defense. Honestly, I think Invuln Pierce should have worked like that to begin with. This is a bit of my hot take. I think Castoria having the super invincibility that bypasses Invuln Pierce was a bad idea because it caused a lot of bosses from there on out to have to remove buffs to try and stop her. And while they did eventually make an anti-enforcement defense counter, that's basically a screw you in particular move, and that's usually an obvious loophole abuse change. So yeah, honestly, Invuln Pierce from the start should have removed gotten past Invuln but not dodged to begin with, just like the anti-enforcement, because that is actually good design. It creates a rock, paper, scissors. And yeah, you can argue that's how it works now, but that doesn't change that it was a lot worse than it needed to be. Lip, a member of the Sakura 5, was the only one of you that knew that. She understood how pointless you trying to block it with your shield would have been. Using her larger body with her overhand spread out was the only way to truly block it. For once, she didn't act on emotions. She made a very calculated choice. She didn't sacrifice herself because it was the only option. It was her duty as one of your companions. I see. Thank you for telling us, Kazura. Please don't thank me. I couldn't help you if I wanted to. The moment this elevator touches the ground, we're enemies. Keep that in mind as you listen. At the bottom, citizens should be gathering in Dubai areas EF and I right now. Effie? They're also AIs who are part of the anti-old humanity faction. If they find you, they'll attack immediately. As an artificial intelligence? I can't say any more. This is Area B, BB Dubai's area. She can observe anything I say or do. Anything more would be would violate the rules. When we get to the bottom, I recommend running east as fast as you can. Don't go in the mall. The moon cancer for Area E, the old ones, the strongest of the current final boss candidates. The only chance you have to survive is to make it to the neighboring office area with its maze of buildings. Once you've made it there, I suggest you take a look around to see the true face of Moon Dubai for yourselves. Knowledge is power. The better you understand your situation, the better your chances of survival. I appreciate the advice, but is that an explanation or encouragement? Neither. Just idle musings. We're at the bottom now. Say, okay, the last two humans who came all the way to the year 3019. Welcome to Archtype Inception. I do hope you'll be impartial observers to humankind's final moments. Oh, don't worry. We fully intend to ruthlessly murder all the candidates. It'd be nice if that would somehow weaken BB Dubai herself, but I suppose we're gonna have to find a weakness to her along the way as we go. Yeah, how about a drink, because these visual novels type stories always a murder on my throat. Hold on. The elevator just came down. The old humans are almost here. Everyone from Area E, get over here now. If we can capture the master here, we'll have won. You Area E weaklings think can march in on us? We're the ones who will take the master into custody. Let's go, valiant air workers of Area I. I'm authorizing use of any and all firearms. No, all humans are gonna walk around and act like they own the place in our town. Let's show these organic life forms what a research space they really are. Sir, yes, sir. Glory to the Alvatron Company. Wow, they really love to recycle the, Charles Babbage recolor enemies. Ooh, yeah, excited moon. It's happening. We're gonna keep this party going. Come on, everyone. Get over here. Throw some flame, eat some meat, shoot some vids. Gotta pump up the new content. Get hype, execute the humans, huh? You don't remember the captain saying anything like that? Well, who cares? I don't remember seeing anyone like that before, do you? Definitely not. They got some seriously dangerous people here. Damn, if we're gonna get new types, couldn't they have included some with hidden? I didn't feel like we could attack the citizens before, but the circumstances have changed. Now they're beating down with us with clear hostility. I suggest using whatever force is necessary to neutralize them. I agree. We don't have to kill them. We should show them they don't want to mess with us. How's Resh doing? She's still not waking up. What about your simple summons then? I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I might as well make sure. I can only call on one right now. Well, that's great. Guess Lady Luck's still with us. Well, given I expected... You think? Well, given I expected none, that would explain... Even a single servant means there's hope. Better than not being able to summon at all, which is what I expected. Any canal, no matter how narrow it might be, eventually leads to the open sea. Master, you keep carrying a Resh. Mash, your simple summon and I will hold the citizens and just getting out of here. Is that right? Yes, of course. Let's do this, Bart. Having all that said, I know I'm not the strongest servant out there, so I won't be able to hold out. Hopefully we can sell this before they figure that out. Still, against something like these, I've got a good chance to show off a bit. If they're bronze, then yeah, he does get bonus against them, but it's weirdly only bronze enemies he gets a bonus against. Vitra, huh? You know what? Yeah, let's go with Vitra. I was glazing her pretty hard. Even in a suboptimal fight, she should have more than enough tools to deal with the problem. Cage Man. Let's do it. Style. Well, that was a pain. I'm just gonna do it this way. Put Lord Camelot first to buff her up, and this should be more than enough to clear even on neutral damage. Oh, come on, really? How'd that idiot survive? Yeah, Lancers have good HP. I'm not at all worried. We'll do it this way so that she gets as much NP charge as possible. I do like that cube attack she has. I'm sure it's in reference to something, but... Now this definitely will kill them all instantaneously. Laughing Moon Knight Brigade. Oh man, even outside of Marvel Rivals, I can't escape the Moon Knight. Actually, I can do it this way. That's a little annoying. Hold on. One left, eh? Alright, we'll do it this way. The NP should be enough to clear out everyone, and then the last attack will at least kill the one in the middle. So they'll have two guts, eh? I'm guessing this is supposed to show me what the gimmick of each faction is going to be. One of them is super defensive, one of them is super offensive, one of them is gutsy. Alright. We'll do a mighty chain with these three. That way, each of them should break one of the guts there. Wow, that's a 10% crit. Not bad. Wish I could have saved that for a boss fight, though. That would have been nice. Level 8, not bad. Okay, is everyone okay? We're fine, but I gotta say, these people seem way too strong to be ordinary citizens. I'm not like Blackbeard. Fatal wounds actually will kill me, so I'd really like to be smart about how we fight in these battles. I swear, if you hadn't blocked those attack smash, I'd be down J.V. Jones' locker by now. I'm sorry to say this when you're already tired, but I think I'm seeing more hostiles, another gathering of citizens. Don't worry, I'll manage. There might be a lot of them, but they have no idea how to work together. Mind if you take Kazuro's drive and head off the office area to the east? Nope, sounds better than staying out in the open like this. Understood. Heading for the offices to eat. Master, I'm sure it won't be easy. We're counting you to keep a Reshkigal. Okay, now they're just scanning us. Sorry, Master. Wish I could carry her, but we got hands full. We can use all the help we can get right now. Hoping she's able to fight soon. She's breathing, so I think she'll wake up. By the way, you know what these marks are? By the way, any idea what these marks are? Why are you repeating yourself? Yeah, I was thinking that might mean a missile. Crap, they're homing missiles. Run for it. Universal Cube. Must be the new mat. Mad Roland. Naked Death Dubai. Of course. That's the one thing I don't like about this game. Whenever they introduce a servant, they always give them a gimmick that they will always give like a pull string doll. And for Roland, he won't stop taking off his clothes. And yeah, I know it's technically accurate to his lore, but I'm pretty sure his lore had a few more details about him beyond that. I think I just dodged those missiles for 200 meters. I'm sorry I couldn't block all of them. Simultaneous lock on is bad civilization. Oh crap, she's talking like Altera now. At least they stopped now, though I doubt it's a matter of them having run out of missiles. Is it because we made it to a different area? Those mechanized soldiers aren't trying to chase us down anymore either. Whatever the case, thank goodness we're okay. I can still hardly believe we didn't get blown to bits. Guess we got lucky. Maybe those good deeds were always... Don't be ridiculous. You would have been blown to bits if I didn't keep you safe. Good point, Aresh. Those gravity fields with the third strike really helped. If they hadn't been deflecting the missiles nearby buildings, we... Senpai, it's Aresh. Aresh has woken up. Her new outfit looks amazing too. How'd that happen? Aresh, did the heat from the explosions cause your swimsuit to expand and deform? What kind of swimsuit would do that? Anyway, no one could sleep through that many explosions, especially with the blasts that send you all tumbling. Now I wish I'd tied you on with a belt or something. You didn't do anything wrong. If anything, I should have woken up sooner. Frankly, I'm amazed you carried me this far instead of leaving me behind. What would you rather, gratitude or a scolding? I understand you wanting to scold him for taking so many risks, but right now I think he deserves your gratitude. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask this after you woke up, but are you the Ereshkigal we know? I don't know that either. All I can say for sure is that I am Ereshkigal. More importantly, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened after I lost consciousness? Leave it to me. Hey, I'm really good at this sort of thing because I get a time skip. Dubai, final boss, Annihilation Showdown, huh? Right, I know it's a lot to take in, so I wouldn't blame you if you didn't believe us. What are you talking about? Of course I believe you. It all makes perfect sense. Also, it would match with us getting attacked by several different factions. It's only natural I'd be here too, in fact. Now that I know what was making me so sick the whole time we were touring Dubai. Something that was making you sick? Yes, I'm sure none of you felt this, but anyone connected to the underworld would notice it instantly. More importantly, are you aware we're surrounded? What? Ha ha! I can't believe you didn't realize you're being surrounded. Have you lived long with how did you live so long with awful instincts? It just shows you how civilization dulls the natural instinct, and clothes provide an insulated defense of security. As I thought, there's no hope for people who insist on covering themselves up. Now it's time to free yourselves from the constructs of rationality and shame. Roland. Yes, that is I, Roland the Paladin. I've heard my friends' cries for help and come to this moon city to aid them. Sorry about this. No, actually, I'm not sorry at all. But this is what needs to be done to put a bow on a better humankind. Now get ready to go back to the basics. So this is about to become your changing room. You suck, Lord Roland. Yep, that's Roland. Not even that different, actually. Already done. Yeah, I'm gonna have to swap that for... Ooh, but this is definitely one situation where my choice for Archer is going to be very, very good. Whoa, I have 39 of those. Yeah, I need to remember to activate those storm pods so I don't have to keep beating... I'm sure Halloween Ellie will appreciate me not beating her face in every 3 times a day for as long as I can care. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've been painstakingly logging in every single day to do that over and over again. It's just so much busy work for... And I know it's because it's... Oh, crap. What are you doing again? One left, huh? Let's get everyone's NP levels up best I can. That's a lot of crits, damn you. I don't have... Yeah, a bronze is not going to have a battery. Alright, we'll go with this brave chain here, and he should get a reasonable amount left. Now, it's obviously too early for us to beat him, so either he's going to leave after I beat the first break bar, or after I remove all of his minions, or he uses his NP. That's usually the formula. So let's find out. Why won't you remove your clothes? Strip down, show your skin. I'd make a reference to the flesh from Kablam, but that show is so obscure, even people from my generation might not know, might not recognize it. Remove defense buff. I believe he's an AoE NP, so I'm gonna need some defenses on other people. Alright, switch him to his single target mode. Here we go, let's go. Now with the guts, that should guarantee the survival. Yeah, he's got an AoE, so even without the guts I probably would have been fine, but it's probably better I play it safe. Yeah, he's gonna use his actual NP. But it's an AoE, so it's not nearly as strong as the single target. Oh, it is single target. Alright, time to go for a QA to a Brave. This should fix the problem of taking out his Ikbar, and that should move the story along. Yep, that completed it. I probably could have taken all three of them with Ptolemaeus by himself. Is that it? You're even slower than I thought. It's like you're wearing too much. Roland isn't so much as budging. There's no way you can get past him like this. I hate to say it, we're just not strong enough. Why didn't you fight with us, Aresh? What do you mean? Was there a reason I had to? No, I guess not. Why are you attacking us, Roland? I see. I'm not surprised you don't know what's going on, because I don't really understand it myself. But I do understand I'm not the Roland you know. I'm a Roland who tumbled straight... Wild Roland, who tumbled straight out of the throne of heroes. My only purpose is to wield my sword and serve my friend's dreams. That being said, what was that piss poor performance, my fellow knights? I know you're stronger than that. Why are you wearing your clothes? No wonder you're struggling to capture Quarry. Knight Fearless. Hey, we were taking it seriously. We were acting completely on instinct. I couldn't hold back if we wanted to. Yeah, besides, it's not like you have to get naked to shout your rationality. I get where you're coming from, Sir Roland, but I think you're just too smart for that. Like, as a human, I can get shedding your clothes as an analog for shedding rationality, but I think that just stripping that part isn't necessary. I mean, our leader's got no problem being irrational, and he still wears clothes, right? Exactly. We don't need rules. Stop trying to impose your tastes on everyone, Roland. Next time you get stark naked, I'm gonna crucify you on top of a dump truck and drive it recklessly all over. That voice, crazy, totally dumb voice. Yeah, you can never have any of the paladins of Charlemagne without Astolfo coming. That's just the rule. Don't make people do things they hate. It's not okay to do things they don't like doing. We humans are meant to enjoy in the moment. Forget things like scrimping and working and planning for the future. Just do what you enjoy now and it'll all be fine. And sure, you might die tomorrow, but you can think about that when tomorrow arrives. In fact, once you die, you won't have to think about anything ever again. That's a slogan for the Laughing Moon Knight Brigade. Woo, just having fun out there. You're all we're in trouble, Master. Somehow things are as different as they are here, or still like they always are. Yeah, and every character is heavily exaggerated. Don't get me wrong, I get that the game can't possibly have as much development for, say, Astolfo as a Fate Apocrypha did, but at the same time, it does feel a little disingenuous to reduce them to just a pull-string doll. Astolfo Grimaldi of the Moon Cancer, one of the anti-saviors summoned to the city. Probably goes without saying, but you guys are in our way, so I have to kill you now. Well, I'm not supposed to do another fight in this node, so hold on. Let's go on. Let me get my rewards so I can go on to the next node. Oh, wait, no, the rewards are after I complete all the nodes. Well, no, I still got a reward. This probably goes without saying. Whoa, hold on, Stolfo. This isn't what we agreed on. All of you lower your weapons. Once the old humans are dead, isn't that right? Hey, that's why I said we should start by trying to reason with them. Oh, hi, Anthony. I thought I'd be gone in the ceremony. Thanks, Anthony, but you can go now. You'll just get in the way. Where's that attitude? I'm your master, remember? You're Mr. Old-Fashioned. Servants are supposed to obey their master, right? You're a master, then? Now that you mention it, I'm not super confident about it, but technically I do believe I qualify. Stuart Weber Astolfo is supposed to be slightly more sane than Ryder Astolfo. Yeah. I mean, they do still act similar to the Ryder form, but I have looked up their lines and stuff, and they do have stuff that drops that implies that, yeah, their acting that way is indeed just an act. They are indeed have their sanity returned to them as a saber. Now, we can catch up after we kill them. Besides, feeling overthinking is our motto. Don't worry, knights, you can just stay back there, watch while Roland and I kill them all. There you have it, mild-mannered master. This time we'll finish off for good. Remember, rational one's the first to die here. Think on that while we fight. How many times do I have to say it? No thinking, period. You're too smart, Roland. Die. What? Is he actually stupid? Anyone who's a fan of Estrella or, yeah, I guess I can use Sherlock for this. But yeah, anyone who's a fan of, like, Estrella or Summer or Martha are probably over the moon with this chapter, because moon cancers get absolutely obliterated by those. I told you it was a pointless. Fine, be that way. You can't use skills. Buff yourself for taking an action, selecting a can more effective the more skills are available to your player's team. Think about it. Pointless. 5 turns of immobility. Yeah, this is definitely another scripted fight. I was hoping it would go to MASH and not Sherlock, especially since I wasn't expecting Sherlock. Plus, that's a boxed debuff. I can't remove a boxed debuff, right? Consider bringing a mystic code that can cleanse it. Now, I do remember Saber Astolfo was a single target. Oh, right. I hate that moon cancers only need 3 pips before they use their NP. That is unreasonably short. And yeah, I hate that assassins and archers get that too. Because he's immobile, his skills don't count towards the gimmick. Ah, that is true, yeah. I see, so that's specifically meant to weaken him. Despite not seeming like it. Alright, we're definitely going to have to do it this way. Just take it easy. Rulers resist basically everything, so... But I guess it won't hurt to play it safe there. I need someone, above all else, someone has to survive this. Here it comes. This is a single target, so I guess we'll see who's about to get completely obliterated. Mash is probably the one we can afford to lose the most. Of course, it's mostly Sherlock's skills. I'm gonna have to do it this way to give some more damage. There we are. Not too shabby. I can't do nearly the androgynous voice that someone like Astolfo would require. Alright, so first things first. Baritsu time. Let's do it. Would have been nice to have this a lot earlier to make him take a lot more damage, but it is what it is. He's still only NP1, but I never bothered getting more NP levels on him. I probably should, but at the same time he doesn't actually get that much out of it. Ooh, we might be in trouble. 100, eh? Okay, we'll make it a mighty chain. That should make it a little easier. Yeah, your dodge means literally nothing to me, buddy. Sherlock ignores it, thanks to his NP. Plus, this does genuinely weaken him each time I use it, so it does add up. Oh, yeah. There we go. Ah, that felt good, using Sherlock again. It's been far too long. He's not quite the Super Orion level, but he's definitely up there. Like I said, if you're more a fan of Summer Martha or one of the other single target rulers, this is where your dividends will really start paying off. Gah, nobody told me he was gonna be this strong. We got this, Mash. Keep up the pressure. Once we subdue him, we can pump for information. Right, knowing Astolfo, I'm sure he'll understand once he hears us out. Let's interrogate him after we disarm him. Have your lecture, man. I might get all rational again. Save me, Roland. Overpowered Roland. Ah, he really sent them flying, but I guess it's no surprise, seeing as how much more magical energy he has. Master, is this Roland person famous? He's regarded the strongest and dependable knight on Earth or something? Famous, yes. I wouldn't go for the rest. Yeah, at least as far as I'm concerned. Really, you're a fan of mine? I can't believe it. You honor me, strange mage. Even my oldest childhood friends don't have such strong belief in me. I'd love to swear an oath of eternal friendship and spend the days drinking till the world comes to an end, but... No way, Roland might be invincible, but he's not the best knight ever. More like second, no, third at most. But he is the strongest one, and strongest he's ever been now. There's no one stronger than my Roland. Cut that out, Astolfo. I mean, it might be true, but it's embarrassing to hear you say that in public. That said, His Highness aside, I was definitely the strongest knight back home, and I am superstar popular, so... That's a command seal. No way! That mark seems familiar, but I can't see where no in. Master, maybe we should take another look at your right hand. So it would seem. They might not have actually been command spells, but they're giving the same kind of effects. I guess that's... See that? There's no way we can lose as long as Roland's on our side. Laughing Knight Brigade assemble. No more playing around. It's time for public execution. No, please capture. That's all you have to do. Are you listening to... There you have it. I know Anthony... He's right, but this is what my friend wants, and he believes I'm the strongest guy in the world. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to kill you. But hey, this is the future. You're down here won't change the timeline where humanity went extinct anyway. Well, I don't have another fight scheduled in this particular pip of the node, so... Wait, Roland. Like I said, I can't. I really am sorry. I don't want to do this either, but it's kind of my responsibility. Besides, better our stupid captain becomes the last boss than one or the other. Ah, Roland! It's a traffic accident. Roland got turned to roadkill. I'm pretty sure he's not actually dead, but that added to her. He's not moving as fast as least for a day. For that matter, this overwhelming violence, this unrestrained cruelty. Oh no, don't tell me. Ah, I knew it. It's her. There are a handful of servants whose ride is a car. I wasn't seeing things right. You tried to kill these people, right? Well, that makes you trash. Trash is meant to be taken out. I must punish every last one of you. Hey, it's a monster. King Protea is here. And here I thought it was going to be Carmilla with the actual car, her summer form. I guess I best claim these before I forget. Wow. There we are. The good news is, once we're past Roland, Astolfo actually isn't that tough. King Proteus, there's another Sakura 5 member here. That voice, Master, it is you. Thank goodness I finally found you. Hold on, please. I need to finish taking out the trash. No, our friends are dropping like flies. How dare you squish Roland? If you think you can keep pushing us around forever, you got another thing coming. I've beaten giants like you before. Today's the day I kick you out of our area once for... Oh. Captain, come on, Captain. This is the 12th time you've got yourself insta-killed. Retreat, everyone for your lives. King Proteus out of our league. Don't worry about Sir Roland. He'll bounce back eventually. And King Proteus is technically a servant. She wouldn't go after guys who are running away. Yeah, 12, 11, 10. Too much trouble. I'll just squash you all at once. Alright, another total wipeout. Just wait, one of these days we're gonna kick you out of our territory. You're not only weak, you're boring and small-minded, too. Next time, I won't even bother using my hands. I'll just kick you guys all the way to the desert. Oh yeah, he's never seen King Protea. Maybe he's overwhelmed with fright. Master, Mash. Who's that woman? What's her relationship? King Protea isn't a standard heroic spirit, but she does have ties to Chaldea. She's one of BB's alter egos. She was very helpful in the South American Lost Belt. Oh, so she's really on our... Oh, yeah, Lost Belt 7. Alright, what luck. Blissful luck. Thank you, fate. Oh, right, because she has hair covering an eye. I've never seen such a beautiful woman with impact before. Modest grace, the visage. That eye, completely protected not by her hair, but bandaged. The greatest mystic I've ever seen. How wonderful. And yet, damn it, of all the times to be without one of my prized ships. If only this was the harbor. Curse you, fate, bring us together in a town full of office buildings. Weren't you thanking fate just earlier? And you do know all you're doing is creeping her out, right? Whoops, sorry about that. I couldn't contain myself. Yeah, he needs to have his gimmick like a pull-string doll. And thank you for saving us from that predicament, my fair lady. My name is Bartholomew Roberts. I'm part of the Master's escort, a captive, spellbound by your enchanting eye. Would you be so kind and tell us what you know so we might come to better understand? I see. So just a short while ago, you thought we were visiting Dubai on Earth. Then you were told this was Moon Dubai once you were up to the observatory. Then the citizens of Moon Dubai attacked without any telling what was going on. Right, then you showed up and saved us when things were looking dire. And now we're safely in your hands, literally. What are you doing on Moon Dubai, Protea? I think I'm in the same boat. I woke up here, I found myself here. BB was originally going to give me a job. She said she was going to invite the master to go sightseeing and ordered me to get ready to be a boss fight. Then I got here. It wasn't Dubai in 2030 like we thought, but it's in 3019. So BB Dubai already positioned you ahead of time, so you could take part in the final boss of humanity. No way, I'll never be a final boss. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. BB did originally plan for me and Lip to be bosses during your trip to make your trip to Dubai more interesting, but it was only meant to be a fun summer game, not a serious threat to eradicate humans. Anyway, I didn't hear from BB after I arrived here, and this was obviously the moon. Then I was getting worried. Astolfo's night brigade took over the office area. Shortly after that, they started laughing every day like, oh, they're going to kill the master coming here from Chaldea, so you began scattering them every time they were together. Impressive. I wouldn't expect such boldness. Every day. How long have you been here for, Protea? 6 days now. In that time, I beat up lots of bad guys. Those knights, some mechanized people, people in diving suits, and people in formal wear. The ones in diving suits are a faction occupying the westmost side. They seemed like enemies of Chaldea, and they were kind of annoying, so I wiped them out. Group of mechanized people in suits did attack us in front of the main tower. So it sounds like you've been fighting off pretty much every faction here. Yep, I'm actually the strongest in all Moon Dubai. Nobody tries to challenge me anymore. Then we should be safe with you. Couldn't you take us back to the tower? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this sooner, but I can't leave the office area or go to the other ones. Why not? Is there a bounded field? No, it's not my fault. It's the bedrock. It's too fragile. If I try to go anywhere else, the buildings, even ground, would crumble in no time. This particular area is really tough, so it's okay for me to walk here, but that's all. Now I think about it, she does seem bigger than usual. Well, the buildings, are they tough too? Oh my, oh yes, I've never seen such tough buildings before. I can hit them at full strength and they don't even crack. I see, so this really is the only area you can safely move around in. Why are you carrying us in your hand, then? You can't go to the other areas, and we're much safer with you. There are some buildings here that make for a perfect hideout, then. None of the buildings have entrances. No one can actually get inside. These knights have been camping out since they showed up. Okay, so the buildings are all just for show. None of them are real. So I thought you guys want to stay in an area with proper lodging. Ah, the Marion Hotel. You're right, I can see all the way from here. The terrain might have changed now that it's not pretending to be normal Dubai, but that hotel's the same. So you were staying in there. I knew it was such a beautiful building. Now I can relax and... King Protea, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I haven't been able to control my skills very well here. I've been using up more and more magical energy than usual. When I hit my limit, I get sleepy. That's why I actually lose consciousness for about 17 hours each day, but my body's as durable as ever, so I want to get to your area once it's so close before I... Well, hang in there, Protea. Protea fell asleep. Looks like her body's gone dormant to a magical energy deficiency. It doesn't look like she's in any pain, so I think she'll wake back up when she's recovered. Comrades, you hear voices in the rumble. King Protea's fallen. It's nap time. Now I can get back to hunting down. Before we reach the next area, the captain and clever... Her tactics aren't going to work on those air-headed bastards from Alvatron. The knights are coming this way. They must have been tailing us. So it would seem. But it breaks my heart to leave her behind like this, but it doesn't look like anyone can even hurt her anyway. Let's head back to the hotel. Sound good? Yeah, we can't beat Roland if he shows up again. Good. Luckily, Protea carrying us here gave us a chance to rest our legs. I know we're all tired, but we need to hang on just a little longer. Things will turn around after we reach the hotel. Once we're back somewhere we can rest, we can plan our next move. Archer, huh? Back to Vitra, then. Even if it's just a single boss fight, I can just use her. Oh, I thought it was 39, not 39. Yeah, we'll just use the Sand of Starlight here to get the sand without having to farm poor Halloween Ellie. We had to fend off a few more attacks, but at least we made it to the hotel safely. Let's see. It's almost noon now, which means it's been 4 hours since our battle at the tower this morning. That's a lot of fighting and moving. How's everyone feeling, especially you, Master? Fine, this is my first rodeo, after all. Still, I could really go some water. I'm sorry, we used up all our food and water on the first day of our trip. Hey, that won't be a problem. Never mind just water. Now that we're back at the hotel, we can get a first-class meal. Let's go up to the Master's room now, and never mind, I didn't think it would be that simple. Master Bart, I'm sorry, we can no longer provide you with our services. Now the final boss of humanity's annihilation showdown is underway. The hotel is property of Alvatron Company. Lord Thomas seeks out to use mechanization to return the first generation's roots. This domain belongs to him. Old Thomas Edison, I guess. Old humanity, new humanity. It makes no difference. Anyone with meat rather than mechanized has no claim to human rights. That voice, aren't you the person from the front desk who saw us off with a smile this morning? That was an act. We've been deceiving you from the entire to ensure the election would begin without a hitch. Now it has. Our only direction is to follow Lord Thomas's commands, and the command shared by every soldier in this area is to capture the Chaldeans, restrain them, convert them to mechanized humans. They've already got us surrounded. Oh, that was weird. However, just as the concept professions exist in the old world, we share a concept of responsibility. We may work, but we are assigned to run the Marin Hotel. We are not combat units, have no equipment which we could fight you ourselves. Therefore, our only available course of action is to notify the soldiers that you have appeared at the hotel. So we'll do exactly that once this conversation's over. Do you catch my drift? We do, thank you so much. Not just for this, but for everything you've done for us while we were staying here. It's one wonderful staying in this hotel. Wish we could do so another day. Proceeding with notification, thank you for staying with us. You've been wonderful guests. Thank you for taking such good care of us. I don't understand. Why'd you and Mash thank them? Didn't they just kick us out? I mean, they could have alerted the soldiers the moment we went inside. They could have even lured us in and trapped us there till the soldiers arrived. But they didn't. Instead, they chose to honor their their hospitality worker selves. I see. So even though their bodies are mechanical, they're still humans at heart. It's just like you servants. Even though you're no longer mortal, you still have your humanity, your soul. Eresh? That implies she doesn't. Target spotted. Preparing to link up with third and fourth to initiate joint. Highest priority is to capture targets alive, establishing a mind map, integrating self-boundaries, executing Legion mode, initiating capture operation within 46 units. Let's try and there's not that many yet. Let's neutralize them before more can arrive. Understood. We'll intercept them as quickly as possible before returning to Area F. Well, if Edison is here, there's no question there will also be Helena and Nikola Tesla. Those three are practically joined at the hip, and if we're honest, it's kind of annoying. An endurance battle. Oh, something tells me I'm not going to need that. They don't have a Noble Phantasm since those are just generic enemies. Oh yeah, Vitra is way too powerful for these guys to handle. Damage expended, commence self-repair. System update. 2 turns of self-repair, huh? Restore your breakpoint after turn ends. Oh, I see. This is so I can't beat them. Jerks. Of course, I could have brought... No, I can't bring anyone to pierce that. The best I could do is bring Sherlock Holmes for his NP, and while I could definitely use that without much trouble, I'd still run into the problem... Only 1 turn, you jerk. Yeah, I'd still run into the problem that I need enough damage, and something tells... It's called a hunch, but I don't think Bart is strong enough to kill them with his NP. Still, one thing I will say, one of the things I appreciate about the I didn't realize this was an endurance battle, and I just wiped them all. I was just brittled by sheer chance she has an AoE invuln pierce. Oh, dang. Yeah, I imagine you could also expedite the speed if you use someone like Lancer, like Lion King or Toria. Not Altered Lord Toria. Also, props for going for Britomar. A lot of people seem to straight up forget she's even in the game, but she's here and does what she does rather well. I think she's also technically the Tamlin or Fairy, the only Tamlin or Fairy Knight added after the initial point there. Unfortunately, her debuting during Morgan's event means she was during a Lotto event, and also a Morgan event means she was the girl was destined for being forgotten. Yeah, I should have used Mash's thing. Whoops. This should get her NP back. Pretty much immediately, yeah. There we are. Pulse just happened to get her. Somehow end up coincidentally bringing her to fights bosses with invuln by sheer chance. Maybe she's just destined to be surprisingly helpful. I didn't expect Vitra to be as good as she is, but yeah, Vitra was also a bit of an impulse pull, but she performed so well, I decided to stick with her. Unfortunately, they lost all their invuln from that, so I can actually take them all out. She probably could have survived some of them, but if like all four of them focused her down, they definitely would have taken her out, so I got lucky there. We defeated the first wave, but there's two more incoming. They keep charging perfect synergy. They don't even blink past them. Their coordination's something else. They're like a well-disciplined army. They're all acting as a single unit. They must have a very talented commander leading them. They basically let us get away. Protea's our best hope out there, and they've completely closed off the western bridge that leads back to her. I see. Then we're going to need to try and force our way across the bridge. Right, it's obviously a trap. That's what they want us to do. For now, we'll have to make east to try and lose them. From what I saw at the observatory, the city's surrounded by a desert. Heading there without a vehicle would probably be suicide, but if it's a choice between staying here and getting trapped, I think it's worth taking our chances. Damn, it sounds like this. I really hate how useless I am. I wish I could be more help. Yeah, this is what happens when you're locked to naval powers, and very few places have relevance there. Karn and Percival would probably defeat those soldiers of their own if they were here. Don't worry, they struggle with skilled enemies like this, too. The desert isn't an option. Yes, it's made of sand. I can tell looking at it. It's more of an ocean than ground. If we navigate it on foot, the quicksand will swallow everyone. If only I had some flight-capable unit. Alright, what if we find the enemy's fortification weakest point and head to the west? That's why they're conducting their search option, use a line formation strategy to stop us from doing exactly that. They're basically an impenetrable wall moving from west to east right now. Not even an ant could get past them. They're trying to wear us down and trap us between them and the desert. It's not an exciting strategy, but it's an effective one. It's nothing compared to the Dragonet and Atlantis. All that aside, I really could use some water. Oh no, dehydration. This is why my soul always hydrate. Oh my, you're sweating like crazy. Hey, but your lips are parched. Have you not been hydrating enough? Here, take this. Good thing I was in the area handing out mineral water. Wait, who are you? Charlie? Gym guy. He's their big guy. It's okay. Wait, no, it's not. It's Hakuno. Well, we don't know. Wait, never mind. We're not supposed to know who that is yet. He's their big guy. It's okay. You can lower your weapon. No mechanized soldier. See, I'm the passing gym trainer. Here you go. Cold bottle of water. Thank you so much. Oh, he's got the little Shinji, Good, I'm glad you're feeling better, but you can't let guard down yet. The Alvatron Company's mechanized soldiers are efficient and don't take reckless actions. I can't advise hiding or trying to break through their fortifications. Escaping the desert is the right call, you just can't do it on foot. There's a war forward area at F's Edge that should be sending out tour buses. The soldiers haven't blocked off the East Bridge, and at your speed, you should be able to make it in time. Hey, you're right, I see something that looks like a harbor. That must be it. The company thinks you guys don't know anything about the geography. The trick won't work twice, but it should buy you some time. Oh, thanks for your advice, but... I know, we can't be too quick to trust him. He seems like a master, but who are you? Oopsie. I'm a tourist here like all of you. I happened to arrive early and was working part-time job to stay occupied. I understand why you'd be wary of strangers, especially now, but you don't have much of a second to spare. You'll be finished if those soldiers steal off the East Bridge. An experienced master like you must be there. Alright, let's do it. Everyone go there. He seems to be fine, so we don't need to ask him to come. Oh yeah, let's regret this. Thanks to the gym guy. In the meantime, I can put my skills to full use. The winds of fortune might be turning in our favor. Yeah, as a rider, he does have the ability to use all forms of mounts and ships. And all forms of, I think his is all kinds of ships. Yeah, not being forced to do the Bleach Earth stuff to farm is really gonna be nice. I don't actually have any good insta-kill ones for the QP node, so hence why I just don't bother with that. Well, that and like I said, the LE1 I can just instantly nuke, so it's just convenient. The 7 last bosses. Well, as long as we don't have to fight to BB's 7 evil X's. Are you here to ride the sand ship? Please enter the following settings. Passengers, autopilot. Ship course free. You're all set. Please use the dock at 4. In accordance with the law, this service provides free of charge with zero liability. If the ship is damaged, please bring it to a repair dock. If you should take it home, please follow the onboard guide's instructions. Enjoy your voyage and be on behalf of the first generation. Thank you for sailing with us. Oh, a ship that sails on sand. Sure is. The swaying isn't too different from being out at sea. The sand must be remarkably fine-grained. Our guide also said the ship will automatically put up an electric barrier in case of emergency. Apparently, there's in case we collide with large rock drilling equipment, but I have no idea what they're talking about. I have the feeling we're going to find out the hard way eventually. How come you're not steering the ship? You seem very excited the idea when steering the ship came. I'm letting the autopilot do it for now, at least until we need to divert from its pre-programmed course. Once we know where we're going next, I'll switch it back to manual. On a different note, I can't believe they just let us use it as long as we want for free. I was ready to hijack it like back in the day, too. What a letdown. Right, I was under the impression that all Moon Dubai considers Chaldea its enemy, so I assumed there would also be restrictions on use of public facilities. Are you nervous that it seems a little too easy? That's a completely different art style. Apologies for interruption. We have an election broadcast from the tower. Everyone on Moon Dubai is obligated to view this regardless of citizenship status. Please direct your attention to the monitor. Huh? Okay, so we're gonna get a text dump here. Hello, people of Moon Dubai. It's BB Dubai, your eternal lord and leader. Is everyone out there thinking up rational and innovative ways to eradicate humanity? Great. At long last, the final boss of the showdown, the election determine who will wipe out humankind once and for all is underway. Remember, here in Moon Dubai, you aren't just done just because you cast your vote. If you decide you prefer another candidate's position after you cast it, you can switch whenever you'd like. The important thing here is the eradication of humanity, so struggle with your choice. Leave plenty of regrets behind. Now, let's take a look where the polls stand. I'm sure there's some rats out there secretly watching this, so I'll present this numbers old school style. Oh, as I thought, Area E as a commanding lead. I guess You all like your boring, bog standard extinctions. Well, that's okay. It's your choice to make. It's only natural your opinions are different from mine. There are 7 moon cancers in the running, each with their own plan to eradicate humankind. The project's been in the works since 83,000. The candidates have only finalized 5 days ago. This is the timeline without Planet Express, I see. But they've known about the project since well before then, so it's no shock to see it explode out of the gate. Now, this next part's important, so to recap, once a candidate's approval rating reaches 70, they'll be declared the victor and the election will be over. Right now, the candidate taking the lead is Tamomovich Koyenskaya. If things keep going as they have, it won't be much longer for the twisted ideology becomes reality, master. Alright, so basically she's directing us to who we need to kill. I heard it too. Apparently Koyenskaya is one of the candidates and a moon cancer. Does this mean she didn't learn a lesson? Okay, maybe that's not a huge shock. I mean, she used to be a beast. She must have countless ideas and reasons for wiping out humanity. Sorry, I should have thought before I spoke. It's been one crazy thing after another since this morning, so my mind's having trouble keeping up. Even now, things have calmed down. I still have no idea where we need to go next. Yeah, without BB here, there's a lot we don't know. Senpai. It is BB, or A. You need BB? Then we should go to the main one. She's still in there in the tall tower. Oh, right. We were asleep back then, so you wouldn't know this. There's actually 2 BBs. Chaldea's and Moon Dubai's BB. At first we thought BB Dubai was ours, and then she just changed her name for the occasion. But it looks like she's actually a completely separate BB. Not that it stops the devs from being so brazen as to give a servant who already has a summer alt another summer alt, but that's just the cards we're dealt. So where's Chaldea's BB right now? BB Dubai took her out like it was nothing. She didn't seem to know more about BB Dubai than we did either. All I know is I know we'll need to do something about this showdown, but I think we need to figure out who Dubai is and where she came from. Despite everything that's happened, our goal is still to get back to Chaldea, and it seems like Dubai's the only one who knows, or at least might know how to do that. But we can't go back now, she'd just kill us. If only the original BB was still here. She somehow found her way back? BB was clearly stronger than Dubai, was stronger than ours, and there was that woman with her. She seemed like a master herself. I think we might have to look into who she is as well. Attention passengers, the ship is under attack. I have detected 4 Albatron Company lunar surface air bikes and 2 highly mobile crater leveling machines. They're using high-level moon cancer authorization to request we stop the ship. As your safety, I'm currently refusing their request. How would you like me to proceed? Does that mean... Alright, can you stop? Our vessel's faster than theirs, but I'm afraid we can't lose them here in the dome's eastern desert. It would be a different story if we were out in the dome's western desert alongside those old buildings, but we aren't, so I'm very sorry. So fighting's our only choice. Works for me. Now you'll see what I can do. Sorry, guide, but I'm switching the controls to manual. Then I'm going to wait for a chance to turn us around and ram them. Master of MASH, I'd like you to stay on the deck and make the mechanized soldiers sorry they messed with us. Aresh, do you think you can fight with us now? I guess not. There's something you're not happy with, I take it? You have your reasons, right? Alright, we'll handle this. You know, I've been thinking this for a while now, but you really are going soft on me. Fine, in that case, go ahead. Yeah, I did not summon for Summer Aresh Kagal, also for Beast Aresh, so I don't have to worry about her gimmick. But this also means I can also never borrow her, since her big thing revolves around an affection meter, but it only applies for a summoner. If you borrow her from a friends list, it does not activate not even the starting plus 10% everything stats, or whatever it is that you get at base. I must say, that was definitely a very predatory way to force people to summon her. And yeah, I know, lore, but as a reminder, the devs are the one, and the writers on the dev team are the ones making the lore. This won't be an easy battle, but I'm sure we can win. Master, try to summon servants capable of wide areas for their attacks. So AoE. Got it. I do like how organically they've been making it clear what kind of fights you're doing. Well, guest servant. I guess that's fine, yeah. We'll go with that. This won't be a... Leave this to me. Mysterious astronaut. Only 2 attacks, huh? We'll do it this way. I hope the mysterious astronaut becomes a skin if it isn't already. Yeah, these are really abusing Invuln, so I'm gonna have to use a lot more Invuln Pierce, won't I? Oh wait, what am I talking about? Of course they have a lot of Invuln. The servants on raid up have... Right. Sometimes, not everyone notices, but this game does use, I believe the modern term is shill bosses to encourage pulling for the new servants. They've always done that, it's just that most people don't really notice. Usually because the writing is that good. I get that, don't worry. Alright. Alright, let's get some more crit stars here. We're gonna be critting these jerks. These freaks, these jerks, these assholes, I don't know what to call them. Nullify buff. You jerk. Oh, lovely. Remove buffs and decrease attack. Oh, right, but I can't remove that buff because that's a box buff, you dick. We'll do it this way. We'll get some defenses up so that they can't wear us down. We don't have back lines, so we don't have the luxury of a battle of attrition. Oh right, I forgot. Well, that's painful. Well, that's 1 down at least. Here we are, this should be good. Yeah, it's just a skin on the base BB, so... Oh no, it's an AO... Oh, it's a BB Dubai. Here, I thought she was an alternate skin for the Welfare BB. How could I forget? They're not going to be that generous. Alright, we're going to do the Mighty Chain this way. First, attack once to remove that. This should have enough damage that they should die or be mostly dead from this. The quote-unquote boss should die just naturally because they're weak to riders. Yeah, 1 died at least. Hopefully all three. Yeah, all three. Mission clear. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink here real quick. Ah, there we are. No battle. I suppose the new Space BB is about to explain everything. That was close, wasn't it, mysterious astronaut? You should really be more careful about fighting battles when you're so obviously outmatched. Senpai, is that an alien? Nah, it's obviously BB. Aw, you're no fun, Senpai. Okay, no more surprises. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Why does it feel like her head is in a weird position considering where the rest of her body is? Yeah, it looks like her neck is just really long in this. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about this. No, don't get me wrong. I get it's not supposed to be realistic in any way, shape, or form, given it's a swimsuit mixed with an astronaut outfit. It is very clearly meant to be a joke. But, I don't know. Something just seems off about the body position. That all-powerful, undeniably wicked BB Dubai might have shot me into space. But thanks to my incomparable cuteness and cherubic innocence, I managed to slip into my spacesuit and rescue myself. Yeah, it's partially, been, yeah, the perspective on her face here, I think what they just did was they put BB's face directly in the faceplate there, rather than consider, okay, where would her face be in comparison to the rest of this? And yeah, I know they had to position it properly to get her, in order for her to get her chest out like that, but it seems like her face should be leaning down with it, rather than to the side. Now I'm back as BB Cosmo, and I'm ready to deal with anything on the moon. Phew, I'm seriously blush. Would you mind if I caught my breath? Not much air in space, you know. Hey, let me use this terminal. I need to get all the info I can on this BB Dubai. I'm sorry, but network access is not permitted during the election. At present, only permissible network activities, communications between Moon Dubai citizens. However, access to the data on the ship remains unrestricted. You're free to browse that all you like. Election? What election? Oh, right, you wouldn't know yet. I think we better tell you what happened after you were shot into space. I see, the final boss. Huh, what a dumb name. Who came up with something so stupid? A little demon by the name of BB. I see. As I was saying, it's a great name. It really tells you everything you need to know. Anyways. Okay, that is funny. I admit it. Okay, BB, we know you and BB Dubai are separate servants. Oh, I see. Well, it's good to have that cleared up. But man, I was kind of hoping to draw out the suspense a little longer, since this kind of thing doesn't happen every day. There's more than just messing with the master just to see how he reacts, BB. We're in real trouble here. No time for jokes. I do like how if you try to mess with BB enough, you can get her to break the facade she has. That was something I really liked in the Seraph event, because you had to make the very clear choices, but they could absolutely make her break character, and it was really funny. Jokes. You start taking things seriously. Oh, I see you're okay too, Bart, but what are you still doing here? If I was BB Dubai, I'd have sent every last servant packing. Maybe not Mash, she's half human. I can't figure out why I'd spare you, though. Seems like a waste. A waste? What do you mean by that? BB Dubai said there's no more humans left on Earth, right? And AI never lies, so we can take her at her word about that. They do sometimes, however, hallucinate wrong answers, but no need to dwell on that now. Now that's still, I do think that's something we should make note of. It could be. So basically, she can get the wrong. If she has the wrong information, she can give the wrong answer by mistake without trying to be false. So all that matters is that she thinks the information is correct, even if it's not actually. We'll have to keep that. Yeah, keep that in mind. BB Dubai can give the wrong information if she thinks it's correct. If there aren't any humans on Earth, then it must be way more ceases to cost summon than it did back in Chaldea. So the only way to keep them around was for BB Dubai to sneakily access and sync up I made that was similar in 2030, and then supply her own magical energy. It's a lot like how Chaldea converts electricity into magical energy. She's paying the magical energy cost required to keep all of your servants manifested, so you'd keep raising the joy counter. If all your servants are enjoying themselves, there's no reason to feel guilty about being the only one having fun, right? But once that's over, she had no reason to keep them around. So I bet she didn't banish all the servants herself. She just cut off the magical energy needed to keep them around, which made them return automatically. I see, so that's how she pulled that off. BB's perspective of keeping us servants was hard work, and she finally got to shrug off the extra load. So that's why you said leaving Bart and Aresh would be wasteful. I still understand her logic in keeping Bart around, but I can understand why Aresh didn't go away. BB Dubai did banish Aresh from human history, but anything besides that wouldn't have been included in her summoning ritual. You're not Aresh the Divine Spirit. The fact you're a beast right now proves that. You're not from Chaldea or Moon Dubai. You're from another universe entirely, aren't you? Yeah, I think I might. What's the problem with that? She's still Aresh, right? Yeah, I accidentally let slip here and there. I apologize. Sometimes I let the servants' true names slip because the fan base refers to them as that. Nobody uses their spoiler-free nicknames, for better or for worse. Sorry, you're right. It's no problem at all. Just forget I said anything about it. You're wrong about one thing. You said Aresh from human history is banished. Well, I wasn't, because I'm right here. I'm not asleep. I'm still the Aresh from proper human history. BB Dubai's automatic banishment didn't affect me because I used independent manifestation when our trip began. Yeah, beasts are unique in that they have the ability to not need a summoner or a power source. You mean around the time you transformed to a beast? That's right. It was all thanks to you and the Master. The other servants didn't kill me when that happened. I promise I'll find a way to repay that debt, that favor in a way befitting a beast. Anyway, there are two more things I'd like to confirm with you, BB Cosmo. No problem. Let me guess. You want to know how you all get back to Chaldea and what the citizens of Moon Dubai really are, right? Well, the way back to Chaldea differs for each of you. For Mash and Master, you won't be able to return there until you defeat BB Dubai, or rather, until you stabilize the world's foundation of humanity value. So it is another Ordeal Call. For Bart, you'll return to the Throne of Heroes automatically if your spirit origin disappears, but as long as your spirit core is intact, the graph should let you return to Chaldea as well. Well, that's not a great way to go. Isn't there a more peaceful method I could use? That's not very dramatic, but you should be able to go back at the same time your master does. Perfect, that works for me. Sounds much better than having my head cut off and tossed to the sea. As for you, Aresh, you can never go back to your original world. Your only choice is to keep living here or to vanish. Wait, but why? Servants neither grow nor change. Their magical energy output might improve, but they can never be more or less what they are at heart. But now in this world, Aresh here has to become something different. Aresh there has become something different, which means if you think about her passage from here to Chaldea as a keyhole, it just won't fit her current spirit origin anymore. That goes for whatever it was that changed her into a beast as well, so returning to whatever's original universe is not an option either. As you are now, Aresh Kagal, you're a new divine spirit, born of this world and only can exist here as well. So Aresh is the only one who can't go back, huh? Hey, it's not just me. Right now you're in the same boat, literally. As for your second question regarding the true identity, going from the information I got looking at BB Dubai and the way the moon's structured and the information I just got from the ship's guide, my conclusion is this. Every person in the city is an AI. In this timeline, all of humankind transitioned from carbon-based life forms to pure intelligence. That's the kind of face of this world's new humankind, a humankind that has effectively achieved immortality and everlasting world peace. Nobody in this world has any connection to the old humankind, not even the ship's guide. No connection? You mean history all of civilization has ended? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts. Your navigation skills are magnificent, yet I don't have a single record of you or your life. I see, then there's only one thing left to do. Aresh? I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Do not speak my name so casually. I've allowed it thus far, but I've reached the end of my tolerance. For that matter, my name is not Ereshkigal. I am the prison of darkness that will swallow the heavens and earth. I'm Anki Ereshkigal, the underworld nebula. What I'm trying to say is, if the humanity's human resting place, I'll fulfill my duty as a beast. I'm the only one fit to eradicate humanity, which is why I'm going to enter the final boss showdown myself. Bunch of assassins, huh? If this is truly humanity's final resting place, I'll fulfill my duty. I'm the only one, which is why I'm going to enter a showdown myself. Why are you doing this, Resh? Ah, my ship. I told you, it's my duty. You'll understand once you see what kind of future this holds for mankind. I can't steer the ship. Everyone, hang on to something. There's something in the sand. It's trailing a massive shockwave in its wake. It must be a whale. Ah, the classic. Either we're going to make a Dune reference or it's going to be a sand whale. Sandworm or sand whale. Place your bets, everyone. It's an obscenely massive rock drill. Everyone run for it before it swallows the ship whole. I would if I could, but I can't. The sand's like a giant whirlpool. Guy, does the ship have any lifeboats? No way that we just sucked in faster. What about life plane? No. Figures I wouldn't keep something like that on my ship either. I guess we've got no choice but to fight back then. The ship is stabilized. I think it's... I stabilized the ship for you. And to be clear, I didn't summon that thing. The last thing I need is a rumor going around the embodiment of the overworld sick to sandbug on someone. I don't care what happens to you, but letting you die here would be a bad look for me. This is once I'll help you out. After that, we'll be enemies. Now show what you're made of. Show me what you can do against this foe, and I'll decide if you're worthy. Show me you can rival me and the beast of Null and the evil of humanity amassing. Perfect enough, I guess. I should probably use the plug suit or whatever to swap people around, I guess. Especially since the new one from the Tunguska event requires a lot of experience to level. And I'm not one of those people who goes all in on... I'm not one of those people who commence boulder crushing sequence. I won't let this much bring me down. Yeah, hers won't go up because she's a support count. No, the one in summer applied her bonus. It's just now this it doesn't. Hello, Infinity. Welcome. Guess I might as well use that. I just did. Alright. I can't use her NP, so I'm gonna have to do it this way. Just raw damage should be fine. Well, whatever. Her NP is arts, right? Yes, it is. Well, I shouldn't waste the NP on this turn, so... Yeah, let's just use face cards to break that bar. There we go. Bam. Attachment change. Rockbreaker. Begin energy convergence. Oh, screw you with that stupid... How many stacks is it? Invincible. 5 left. You asshole. What does this charge do? Let's see here. I need to save that then. 5, you dick. This is an anti-enforcement defense, so... Yeah, I do think the anti-enforcement, the super invulnerability is probably a bad idea design-wise. Oh well. There we go. Can't pierce that. There are some enemies who can, just not this one. Alright, this will pierce through that shield. Finally got rid of that stupid thing. Yeah, I don't mind if he takes out BB. I'd rather not lose MASH. There we are. Nice. Thanks for stopping by, Infinity. Begin energy convergence. The purpose is to grant a new way to counteract the usual instant ignore invuln NP, but I feel like issue is tying it to pretty much exclusively variant. And rather than sprinkling it as a skill here and there. I think it's that, but also the fact that Invuln Pierce really should have just blocked Invuln and been avoided by Dodge in general, because before then Dodge really was just a shittier Invuln, even though it theoretically should have a different value there. I think they mostly just wanted to make her special, but the problem is they made her so special is that it was everywhere, and it became practically impossible for challenge quests to properly nuke people on that. There's a reason even now break bars often remove all buffs before dropping an NP, specifically to prevent you from using hers against it. It's definitely one of those things where they must not have thought through very well the implications of the action. Wow, it's like Grailfront's never left us with my Castoria somehow kicking ass. I'm not even joking. Well, before I loved Grailfronts and I'm sad they're gone. Or at least as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been another one. Yeah, I don't mind losing her. I don't think that's a dragon, but I still have 30% here. That bizarre-ass Magecraft level. You know what, let's just go full... Let's go drop all of our attacks buffs here. That's here. Yeah, Sieg should be more than strong enough to finish this up. They should have made her NP gain much lower cards. They'd still probably have... Honestly, I think they'd still make bosses remove buffs and stuff, because nothing stops you from just using all the charges on her NP and then sitting on it until the boss is about to NP or something. Because I can definitely tell you, a character with low NP gain, like, I did get Abby while I was going for Queen Sheba, and Abby, I've done full arts, crits, chains with her, and she only gets like 50%. It feels horrid. And she's not even an arts NP, so that's a pain in the ass. Yeah, unfortunately, the problem was that they made Invul and Pierce work on everything to begin with, when it should have been just only Pierce's Invul rather than not dodge, and then they had to go around that. Plus, you know, the general power creep. FGO generally does a good job of preventing old ones from being unusable, but it does require stronger and stronger supports. And of course, even a unit considered mid like Suzuka is very powerful at base, just because because if you look at my Grailed ones I showed earlier, a lot of them are from the earlier years, but Suzuka is a much newer one, and so as such, Suzuka has a much more solid kit. Because even without buffs, she has the modern skills have like 3 effects on top of the main one. And the servants do, so. And yeah, I get that's part of the whole power and spectacle creep. Honestly, that's also something else I've really been loving about the Ordeal Calls. It feels like it's been a bit of a soft reboot, so we don't need to have everything because a lot of Lost Belt had to suffer of, oh, the last Lost Belt King was less than nothing compared to this guy. Oh, the last guy was less than nothing compared to the new guy. And it can only go through that for so much. So, Ordeal Call giving a bit of a reset, not needing that was kind of nice. Probably rather stopping Garber taking hits. Well, she doesn't want to take hits in general, to be fair. Does perform multiple simple summons. We've dealt the enemy weapon, but not bad for a human. As a sign of respect, I will let you go. Try to survive as long as you can. I doubt we'll ever meet again, but see you. Arash, I wonder if she could really do this. Look, I know Ritsuka is a character who keeps falling for the blatantly evil old man shtick, and so much it's become a meme, but we had several chances in which we could try and deal with Arash. What am I saying? It's going to turn out she was absolutely essential to be here, so to try and guilt people who didn't pull her from the anniversary banner. So I'm sure she's going to be essential to our victory somehow. Though it's also still possible she could be the final boss of the Archtype Inception. Master, I'm sorry to bother you while you're grieving, but I'm afraid this can't wait. The ship's engine was damaged. We're on auxiliary power, but that won't last long. It is true. The ship's power will be depleted in 20 minutes. My sincerest apologies for the inconvenience. May I ask which harbor you prefer to dock at? Is there any we can dock at safely? If you're looking for a non-combat zone, how about Area C? That moon cancer has yet to present a campaign slogan. So they haven't decided how they wish to eradicate humanity? Is that because they don't care? Do you know this moon cancer's name? Candidate name, Janako. Well, she's a Chaldean servant like Miss Roberts. Oh. So she's in Moon Dubai as well. To Area C, then. Ignorant Voln existed to encourage more use of soft defense, like attack down the enemy and defense up on allies, but they were reluctant to release anyone better at Mash's combo than Mash herself. That never panned out well. To be fair, they did try it with a few of them, like Florence Nightingale is still genuinely good at making enemy NP damages deal like single-digit damage. Enemy NPs deal like single-digit damage. Of course, it did before enemies started becoming immune to debuffs. Now that can go on a rant of itself, because I do know that it was specifically Arjuna Alter who caused bosses to be significantly more debuff immune than they were before, because he broke the damage cap of the time. To an extent, I think for a good while, he was the face of power creep in this game, and they had to rein in his power by making stuff immune to debuffs, which of course also had the knock-on effect that anyone else who relies on debuffs, like Summer, Carmilla, or Robin Hood, who need the debuffs, they couldn't get their effects off because they were immune to them in order to protect themselves from the bigger threat. And that's always the part that hurts the most, when a servant that's completely fine is basically removed from value because of something to counter a stronger one. Yeah, I agree there. I was about to say that I think they've been bringing it to more just stun immune lately, which is a lot better. Yeah, because stun, I get it. They don't want you to cheese the boss. I can respect that way more. And I guess since I'm already complaining about stuff that isn't really a big deal, I do dislike how basically all demerit debuffs these days count as buffs so that you cannot remove them. I mean, first of all, to bring a servant with debuff cleanse either requires using an NP from Castoria or someone else, or a skill from someone else, what may be an inopportune time, or if you bring someone like Welfare BB or base Rider Martha, that's a bit of an opportunity cost because you're not bringing another one. So I get the whole point is they want you to just deal with demerit, but I mean, you always could. You could always just not deal with demerit. But now, where's the counterplay? Where's the strategy? You can just have less options now, not more. Well, I guess unless you're Consort Yu, because she cleanses her own buffs. Even then, it's more or less immune to Shershi's stun specifically, which infuriates me. Yeah, unfortunately, that's because Shershi's whole shtick is that she's supposed to use her special stun to stun lock enemies. Now, against certain nodes, especially 90++ nodes and stuff, this can be genuinely helpful, but against actual bosses, they usually make sure that she's not going to be able to do it, which really sucks, because, yeah, like you said, it's a fun, unique stun that no one else has. Not even her apprentice has it. But because they're all stun immune, they can't use it. Thank you for saying course. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there's another problem. I know, it's me, isn't it? You won't be able to dock if I'm with you, right? Correct. Regulations the only BB permitted enter is BB Dubai. The desert is outside, so we haven't violated yet. If we get too close, don't worry about me. It makes sense for BB Dubai, no Moon Dubai, to limit the city to 1. I may not have any admin privileges, but I'm still an advanced AI created on the moon. My affinity for the lunar city is too strong. It would throw things out of whack if there are 2 city management running around. Thank you for cooperation. So you're going to stay in the desert? Yeah. It sucks I can't go in the city, but it also means BB Dubai won't know I'm here, so it's a net positive. In the meantime, I'll investigate the old ruins in the desert. Yeah, and thankfully for us at least, Aresh Kagal does not need to care enough to tell her. She's not going to care enough to tell her, I guess. I mean, if BB Dubai asks her about it, she'll say, why is that my problem to tell you? In the meantime, I'll investigate. I may not be able to acquire information, but I might be able to find something out there. When you're done with this investigating old Dubai, meet me on the ship and we can share what we've learned. Then it's settled. Careful while you're on your own. Thanks. Same to all of you. For the record, none of this was my plan. My plan was to invite you to an invitation to Dubai in 2030, but BB Dubai hijacked my plan and sent you here to the year 3019 instead. This isn't a singularity or lost belt. I suggest it's more of a parallel world. One thing's for sure, Moon Dubai is definitely one of the potential paths humanity could take. So for the time being, your job is to solve several mysteries. How did humanity go this timeline? Who are these 7 moon cancers? Who or what is actually BB Dubai? You'll have your work cut out for you, but I'm sure you could do it. I'm sure you'll see this through with your usual determination, that you won't give up, lose heart, or be embarrassed. Thanks, BB. Oh, before you go, one last tip for my Admiral Shameless Senpa. If you're going to Old Dubai, you might be able to meet with Passion Lip. I know she was erased when protecting MASH, right? But the thing is, there's still a statue of her somewhere in Old Dubai. It's one I had placed in 2030 Dubai. I made one of King Prody in the office and one of Passion Lip in Old Dubai. Originally, I put them to serve as bosses from the Sakura 5 to make your trip more interesting. But I bet they've been moved to Moon Dubai when BB Dubai synced it with 2030. Of course, the Lip who spent the summer with you is the one you knew at Chaldea. It's something of a chicken and egg, but there should still be a statue of you here. Once you find it, try forming a contract with her again. If nothing else, she'll form a powerful asset. Sure, but why a statue? That's just what you make on the moon. Beautiful things that deserve to be preserved in 3 dimensions, right? We'll dock at Old Dubai soon. It should take about 12 minutes to repair. Those of you who wish to continue are free to remain aboard. Yeah, everyone, good luck with the start of your Old Dubai arc. Yeah, this game has had quite a bit of a roller coaster when it comes to various design decisions. I think they're on the upswing again now. But it has been like I said, it's a bit of a roller coaster. Interlude. Well, I won't say no to a free quartz without having to do any fights. It's time. The regularly scheduled discussions in session. Candidates may speak at will. Good, everyone. I'm Kazura Drop. My proposal ends humanity from restoration effort gone bad. I have no issues with any of your opinions. I'm a Stolfo, representative of Let Humanity Do Whatever. Can we please do something about King Prody in my area? How am I supposed to get my approval rating up if she keeps breaking up our meetings? My idea is to make Earth a water planet is not going well. Okay, so that's going to be, Leviathan melt. It's hard to express how wonderful the sea is when nearby Moon Dubai has seen it for themselves. I don't have any opinion one way or the other. I don't like fancy slogans. The Shelter Life for All Humanity party isn't going to fight with anyone, so please stop invading us directly. Also, I want to say something to Area E. You're totally wasting Moon Dubai's resources. Why is your area glowing? Light pollution is what it is. Quit trying to be charismatic. Oh, is charisma a bad thing now? Need I remind you, this is a contest to determine which of us will be the final boss for all humanity. The entire premise of my campaign is I'm richer and more innovative than anyone. Frankly, if you ask me, I can't understand why you're living so plainly. I just don't have the energy to be fashionable. It's a waste of resources that doesn't contribute anything to society. But shut-in, now that's someone who knows how to conserve energy. Yeah, true, it does take energy to be fashionable. A lot of energy, I'll grant you that much. However, objectively viewing my fashionable self in turn generates energy, and as a result, I aim to expand my stylish horizons even further. Truly a perpetual motion machine. No, it's not. That's just narcissism. Come on, guys. Are we really gonna let someone like her take the lead? She'll ruin, all of Earth. Earth will be fine. Remember, we're on the moon. For that matter, don't hate her mall. There's a real vision behind it. No need to get so worked up, Area C. E's lead is only temporary. I have faith the wise citizens will ultimately realize my campaign is the only one that makes sense. Despite becoming humankind is foolish enough to obsess over their humanity. A clash of ideologies is inevitable, and ever since immortality became the norm, thus humanity retreated the more rational conclusion. My mechanized empire. Ha ha, viva commercialism. Your area is no better than E. Give me back my home/Ferris wheel, you jerk. I acquired it fair and square. If you wish to take it back, prepare an item of similar value. I'm glad to see you all getting along so well. Your positions are different, but your rivals have equal standing. And while the rules don't forbid direct conflict, I prefer to avoid if we can. I want you to win the citizens over, not with strength, but ideas. On that note, I have something to tell you. A new threat has joined the battle. A beast. What was that? A beast. Though this beast isn't in the same category as you, it's not possible for a beast to manifest now that there are no humans, so this one must have come from a different universe. This beast is an unknown factor. If you find them, I want you to let me know immediately. Beast, that was one weapon even my Alvatron company doesn't possess. As summoned, both from Area F and I are arguably representatives of humanity. So we'll take great care not to allow this beast to simply eat us alive. You know, for the sake of argument, let's say this beast proved too powerful to deal with, and they prove to be hostile to Moon Dubai. What would happen if they eliminate all of us, leaving no candidates alive? Does that mean humankind would continue to exist? Oh, don't worry about that. The results are a foregone conclusion. Even if all of you are defeated, a moon cancer would still go on to eradicate humanity. Yeah, herself. I mean, that's kind of obvious, isn't it? Why be coy? Alright, that's all from me. You can all go back to your campaigns now. Remember, humanity's extinction should be an event everyone can get behind. It should be an event everyone can get behind. Huff, huff. Are you okay? Why don't you take a break? This is your opportunity to be alone for a while. You might not be able to shut down completely, but you can at least enter sleep mode. Your CPU is struggling to keep up. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just a little mentally fatigued. This always happens when I talk to the 7 candidates. Even if some of them don't actually have what it takes, we need them to be here. You can't be a final boss unless you've trampled at least one small powerless faction with a righteous claim, after all. You refuse to compromise on that. How like you. Alright then, I'll stick around till the end too, since it doesn't look like you actually want to be alone. Are you sure you don't want to be out there helping Chaldea? That's his job. We played rock, paper, scissors for it. Huh? That said, I guess I'm a little worried. He's probably enjoying himself since it's been so long since we've had a master. It's not like we lack a purpose. It's more like we become a little too inured to danger. Old Dubai holiday. I could also just use my Berserker. It's a little risky, but I think it's worth our time if we're honest. Then again, if they keep spamming invincibility and dodge, which they probably will, especially since those are boxes, so I can't remove it. Master, we made it to Old Dubai without having to fight. In fact, it seems peaceful here. At first glance, it looks like original Old Dubai. Yeah, the people here aren't armed, they don't mean us any harm. The whole place feels different from F with what's buildings or what our hotel was. You seeing the sign over here too? The legally distinct Starbucks. Masterbucks? Sounds... Is that some kind of cafe? What a wonderful name for a shop, and smells amazing. Why don't we take a look inside? They might have food to go with the drinks. Good point. I can get by without eating, but you and the master need food and water. BB Cosmo said everyone was an AI, right? You think they'll have normal human food? Guess this is when we find out. Stop there, newcomers. You can't just walk in that cafe. All are welcome here, but not that cafe. Only a very specific clientele. The boss specifically built Holy Masterbucks to be a place for the rest of the old humans who come here one day. It's going to take newcomers like you at least a year to build up the trust you need to step foot inside. You can start by clicking points, shops, in the streets. Not so fast. There's something about these that reminds me of the Knights in Area F. The organic frame gives it 6 cents. We can't let the other areas steal any more resources. Police, we need you here. I'll give you some meat when you're done. Seriously, actual meat, not just data? Woo, screw the regular fritters. I'm gonna use my brand new machine gun to bring the heat. You were right to call on us. Man, as long as I actually had work to do. You must be the vanguard of Laughing Moon Knight. Well, when we're serving the peace on my watch, I'll prove to you more of being an officer than eating donuts. He's a rookie. This kid's made him harmless, but I can tell they got a real bite to him. Watch out for that girl in particular. He's got the aura of Forest Sage who used to live on Earth. No playing the hero. If you're in danger, surrender. We'll be weighing the perch of workers' comp, you know. I wouldn't have guessed there were so many people here. They seem like a fun bunch. I agree, but I don't think we'll be making friends just yet. They're itching for a fight. Well, let's try not to hurt them too badly. They'll talk to us afterward. This definitely feels like a filler fight, but I suppose it's at least better than the, oh no, we've got wyverns from the really early chapters. Vigilante Group 4th Division, bro. Whatever. Here we are. 81 already, not bad. Percent already, not bad. Ah. Yeah, there's a nice perk of Tamacat. She is genuinely tanky. I don't think I need to buff her, but at the same time, maybe I should play it safe and do just that. There we are. Yeah, just make sure there's enough damage here to amplify it. The sleeping sprite is very cute, I admit. But of course, it really screws with the fight if... yeah, but of course it really screws with the fight, so you need to make her immune to it. Yeah, the big problem with being a Year 1 servant is they had absolutely no idea what they're doing, hence why you have some like Ryder Kentucky that are way clearly stronger than they were intended to be, but then you have others like Saber Lily, who is basically hot garbage until they gave her a lot of buffs to try and pretend that she was definitely not intended to be weaker. Yeah, I've read that apparently they originally intended Welfares to be 4 stars with stats of 3 stars like her, but then they changed their mind. And we'll do it this way. Actually, I probably should use mashes since I could have used her big black bullet crit with that. Well, at least he should deal bonus damage to the bronze one. It's just the knight that's going to be a little tanky. They're too strong. It's no use. Old Dubai is done for. Someone get the boss. No, the boss wouldn't be of any use either. We'll have to run for it. I heard they have actual fruit there. Calm down, people. Can't you tell nobody's dead? Look, they already put their weapons away. They're just humoring you from the start. Oh, you're right. Bunch of saints or something? Anyway, this is painful to watch. I'd take an amateurish school play over this any day of the week. Our people aren't cut for combat. They put on a big show in mock battles, but when they're fighting for real, it falls to pieces. And you manage to subdue them without harming them. Thanks for holding back. Handshake's a common greeting? I always want to try one. Ah well, I am Azar. I lived in old Dubai my whole life. I'm the master. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm Mash. And I'm Bard. I take you're the boss we're talking about? I used to be, but not anymore. That title belongs to Janako now. She told me about you guys. The master from Chaldea, correct? Come with me. I'll take you to her. Oh, and don't worry about these guys. They'll heal up on their own. Did you hear that, Senpai? There's still a lot we don't know about this, but looks like... yeah, I wonder if he's an AI, too. That would stand to reason. Which means he's secretly a Moon Cancer servant. Well, yeah, if it was him, but then he gave it to Janako, that would mean he was a Moon Cancer servant. Worship me, worship the great statue. I am one of the Moon Cancers, the anti-savior who should lead humankind to its destruction. Is that real Janako? She definitely got a weird, intimidating vibe to her, but... don't worry, that's Janako, alright. Show your true self, shut in. The forthright demeanor, straightforward, palatable attitude. I knew it, you are the root of evil, the reason I end up in this place. You're the master who came here from accursed Chaldea. Just kidding, I scare you? What, long time no see, how you been? Oh, hey. Hey, you're here too, Mash? I'm guessing you could use a little more meat on the bones as a servant, too. Oh, I'm Janako. I'm an indoorsy programmer who ended up as a servant because of reasons. Well, the reasons being they wanted some fan service. They want some fan service and just tied me into whatever deity they could think of at the time. Ganesh is not involved this time, so you can just call me Janako. So let's get right to it. Tell each other what we know so we can move on to the next event. I appreciate this expediting of the process, which brings us now. Hope that was help. Janako? I can't believe that's sad. I had no idea what was happening during my new cancer thing. I'm afraid it's true. All the other servants were banished. Lip was erased when she protected us. Senpai's being targeted all across Moon Dubai. We only barely made it with our lives. Not that. No fair, no fair. I can't believe this guy's actually going to enjoy sightseeing. I wanted to go and experience the cutting-edge VR. Say it's bleeding edge. Janako? That's our Janako. So you've been here all this time, then? Yeah, I never got to go to the actual Dubai. Before I left, I was all, Dubai, huh? Seems too hot and too rich, but I guess I gave it a shot. But when I race shifted, I found myself here in the moon, in the year 3000 at that. I had to wait 19 more years for you guys to show up. That was nothing compared to what I had to go through in India, but I mean, it still sucked not having anyone I knew around. Oh, right. During Lost Belt 4, she was there for like 10,000 years. Or... No, actually, no. Wasn't it like way more than that? Astolfo did show up later, but he's obviously gone off the deep end already. Then came Lion Man, but he'd completely gone over the dark side. Besides, all that BB Dubai scares me. Humanity's dead, all these AI need my help. It's just been one thing after another. Thank goodness you guys came here to find me. Sorry, I said it was no fair. Sounds like you guys went through some stuff too. It's okay. It sounds like you really did have it rough, though. Really? Gosh, almost forgotten how comforting you could be. Alright, now that you guys are here, how about we play some video games to celebrate our reunion? Got this racing game that's retro for them, but futuristic for you. I understand your enthusiasm, but are you sure this is really the time? Remember, you, the Chaldeans, even we as well, might have nooses around our necks. Good point. Right, you are, Asara. We'll start by laying everything out and making sure we're all on the same page. What would you like to know? I'll help you tell you as much as I can. What are the moon cancers to Moon Dubai? That's what I want to know first. There's actually two types of moon cancers here, natural and artificial. Natural ones are obviously servants who are naturally moon cancers to begin with. Servants like me, and the candidate from Area H. BB Dubai did not bring us naturals here. Moon Dubai itself called us. It basically means we're on humanity's side, just like the heroic spirits who get summoned by land and singularities and such. I think me being a natural one is also how I end up here straight from Chaldea. And the servants who got turned into moon cancers after arriving are the artificial ones. Their A, E, F, and I all used to be different classes, but BB Dubai changed them after they were accepted. So that's why Astolfo was moon cancer. But BB also said heroic spirits can't exist in this time period. How'd they materialize? BB Dubai woke up some AIs from as far back as 2400 to make them masters. Astolfo's master is an upper-class citizen named Anthony. Area I's candidate master is an ex-military man named Ben. A is an academic named Rudai, and we still don't know anything about the master for Area E. Anyway, the servants who were brought here by Moon Dubai's masters are running wild ever since they were summoned. Because according to their understanding, to help humanity, must define how it ended. It got them very fired up. Janako's the only candidate who decided not to think about the fact humankind is gone. Instead, she chose to spend time here with us. That's why our campaign slogan's something of a half-ass, like they somehow went extinct while they were being shut-ins. Oh, then you haven't been trying to advance humankind an extinction agenda. That's great, Janako. Well, I don't know how proud I can be about this. I'm mostly just too scared to pick a side. At any rate, now that we know we're no fewer than 7 here. So, confirm, are you the boss of this area? Yeah, I am, technically. BB Dubai assigned me Area C pretty much right after I arrived. She said it was my duty as a moon cancer. I didn't really have a goal, motivation, or anything. The only reason I wound up as a boss is the people were nice enough to give me in and take me in and give me shelter. I'm still serving and all, though, so I've been getting these past 19 years, but I say I'll take this seriously tomorrow. Don't be so modest. You may be pathetic, but you've still been doing your best in your own way. We old Dubians may be AIs, but we don't support BB's policies. We don't want to see humankind eradicated. Unfortunately, that makes us outcasts here. Janako's been keeping us safe since she got here, which isn't to say she's fought any battles herself, actually. But by making this area headquarters for a campaign, she's created a home for us. I see, so you've been fighting with words to the fist. That explains why you were in statue form. Yeah, I've been taking the full advantage of Ganesh's intimidating aura there. What do you know about Moon Dubai? The city was built on the surface of the moon in 2600, at least in our timeline. It was modeled after the original Earth city of the same name. It was conceived as a cutting-edge city constructed with the desert with a combined total of human wisdom. Probably made for inspiring promotional messages back when they were first building a city on the moon. However, after all the humans of Earth were wiped out, Moon Dubai eventually stopped functioning as well. Then in the year 3000, Dubai turned Moon Dubai's power back on and reactivated us as AIs. Who exactly is BB Dubai? I wish we knew. There's no denying that she's a city management AI like she claims. But when we woke up, she had completely taken over, going well beyond just managing it. I'm grateful she reactivated us after we were shut down, but that doesn't mean I can support what she's doing. Not when she's been doing crazy things like creating moon cancers and holding this whole showdown. There are plenty of AIs out there that think she wiped out humankind herself. We suspected there's something wrong with her, or that she might even be an imposter. So they're saying BB Dubai isn't from this world, but a BB from an entirely different one. Yeah, at first I thought BB Dubai was just Chaldea's BB up to no good again, but now they've told us Chaldea's BB exists independently. I'm even less sure who or what this BB is than ever. Tell us about this whole showdown here. It's an election campaign that BB Dubai created. She says it's to choose how humankind was wiped out. The voting only started after you guys showed up. But election campaigns have been happening for the last 19 years. The people of Moon Dubai woke up in the year 3000, just like I did. And they were just as shocked as I when they found out there were no more humans left on Earth. That's when BB made an announcement on the PA system. Humanity's gone, there's no denying that. Let's give up on a lot of them and have a conversation about how they died. Give up, huh? And you all just went along with that? Yeah, it was unanimous. Facts are facts. Once we'd reached a consensus, the only thing left to do was choose a file heading to save it under. See, this is what SR is like, and he's on our side. I swear, everyone in Moon Dubai is so damn stoic. Anyway, we eventually agreed the next consensus is the most plausible way that all of humanity could have died. That led to candidates espousing an election and beginning in earnest. Well, that's the thing. If they're already extinct, then why do they even care? Why are they even having this? There seems... I guess the threat is they're going to kill us for it or something, or force us into their plans, but that's rather irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. Like, even if they vote something, what's that going to change? Just who puts the information on, what information gets put on the record? It would have to also be noted that that was the one voted on, just on arbitrary means. That leads to candidates espousing, led the beginnings in earnest. The candidates vote on extinction method, and as lots of people agree with them, begin to flourish. Old Dubai was always in last place in that regard. It also means we're constantly low on resources. We even had to give up a trademark Ferris wheel just to make ends meet, since that thing gobbled up so much electricity. That's how it ended up in the area with the most money to spare. Moon Dubai didn't used to have old-fashioned barter systems, but then Moon Dubai didn't used to have these old-fashioned, but then the damn lion came along and brought pure commercialism, so it wasn't my fault, our fault, all the Ferris wheel got taken away. This isn't the only thing that was taken, right? But we'll get it this time. So that's the question you got now. Let's get the most important topic. Sounds like BB Cosmo figured out that everyone on the Moon Dubai is an AI, but that's only half the story. You might want to sit down for this next part, Master. In this world, humans like you stop being born after 2300. That was the year humans stopped living like they'd been and passed their title of humanity to AI. I guess what I'm trying to say is, all the AIs here are part of a new kind of humanity, and you're one of the old. Honestly, there aren't any other old humans left, even in the museum, so you can't even call yourself that. Why did they do that? Extend their lifespans? We don't know for sure, but we know that wasn't it. Humans had already cracked immortality by 2300. Old humans were able to live forever even in formats, organic bodies like yours. But turning themselves to AI had even more benefits. Immoral though they were still limited. AIs on the other hand are better in every possible way. Technology, discussions, entertainment, all of it. Once that became clear, the old humans converted themselves to AI and became new humans. That's where the majority of people are now. So when you say they convert themselves to AIs, do you mean they digitized their brains and became beings of pure intelligence in the digital realm? In a manner of speaking, yes. But specifically, this world's new humans consist of AIs born from the digitally recorded data of individual people. They're a lot like servants. Take me, for example. I'm a new derivative of myself, created from my original base. So the people we've met so far all have physical bodies, but the people we've met have physical bodies. How's that work? AI's real bodies are located in the towers. Remember those tall buildings you saw? Those are humanity's data centers. This body is actually a nanopolymer frame. Even if it's destroyed, my real body is perfectly safe. Think of it as a kind of remote. This way we remain immortal as long as the data servers survive. It's also why ordinary citizens feel free to attack seasoned warriors like themselves. They know they won't die. It also means that this isn't a life or death matter for us like you old humans. We lack the fear that comes with knowing you only have one life to live. That's strange. The laughing moon knights became scared. That's because our frames are a crucial part of our personality. The injuries aren't transferred to real bodies, but having our frames destroyed still damages our souls, our inner humanity, so to speak. Reacquiring and constructing our bodies takes time. There's some things you can't recover once lost. One of the reasons old humanity chose to become AI is so they can also be associated with souls. A soul can't be constructed from data. They arise from what already exists. Apparently, the scholars at the time theorized that souls might be anything from links to another dimension, to waveforms that spawn from relationships existing in time, even pure thought returning from the end of the universe. We new humans, the third generations born after, all of this data from before that time discarded. If you want to know more about that time, you'll need to look for a specialized independent data archive. So old humans no longer exist. The people of Moon are all new humans. So basically, they're just... I see. They're like the Endless from Dawn Trail. They're just copies using memories of the original. So if the original had some... Like, if the original person hated pie, but they never told anyone, and it was always only ever in their head, that might not be recorded, per se. But in that case, there's one thing I don't understand. As long as you exist, humanity isn't extinct. So if you're choosing your end on this, aren't you? I know, right? I can't get on the same page with this one. This election's the AI's voting for their own demise. Okay, that explains it. They must know it's going to affect them directly, but they keep choosing their favorite like it's no big deal. Have they gone that nihilistic that they don't see a reason to exist beyond destruction? They could be talking about how to avoid their demise, how to start over, but none of that even occurs to them. Sorry, Janako, facts are everything. We're not the ones for complaining about results. Still, we have preferences. A lot of AIs think if we're going to die out, we might as well go out with a bang. And that's why nonsense like the area managed to gain their support. Going out with a bang, but don't AI value things like probability, practicality? This is the 31st century, Mash. There's pretty much nothing you can't do nowadays. There no longer exists a method for humanity's extinction so outlandish it could not actually be done. Which is why everyone wants to go on a way they think will be fun. I mean, if you're going to finish the game anyway, you might as well enjoy the ending, right? So to go back to Elden Ring, they're basically deciding which of the endings they want. This should be interesting. I have no problem using fruit. As I've mentioned earlier, I'm not someone who goes hard on lottos, so I don't care about not being pure, Yeah, that's fine. Will not use a duplicate party. You can use auto for this quest. I will use manual setup then. Yeah, we'll go with Sieg here. Well, Sieg's buffs are only for one turn. This is probably going to be a mob fight. So we'll go with Daikokuten. My bad. Just a quick CE. That's regular Scotty. I need ruler Scotty. Oh, of course she's right here. And I guess that's fine. Oh yeah, as you can see, I chose Jason and Oberon for the anniversary Cs. I need to put those in my second archive to keep them safe, but yeah, I can't deny I have some favorites, that's for sure. Well, that and I just really loved the outfit Oberon had in particular. Since this is base Scotty, I can just use her, there we are. Use her Bond CE, a very good one for support. Alright, we should probably talk about our next move and ultimately what it accomplish. Hang on, we're told we can find Lip here. Who told you that? Oh right, BB. She put the statue of Lip here and all. So yeah, Lip's here in statue form. She's been preserved in her spirit organ graft state. But to make a long story short, she might as well not be here. I know where she is, but I'm not telling you until you're in proper fighting form. Are you talking about how he's having trouble performing simple summons? BB Dubai said it's impossible to summon heroic spirits because no one in Dubai knows any human history. Not no one, but only a few. That and your connection to Chaldea has been completely cut off, so they can't provide you with magical energy. That's why the Master is having trouble summoning more than one at a time. He has to rely on own magical energy. He might be able to summon 3 at a time if he really pushes himself, that's it. It's not that there's anything wrong with you, you're just low on resources. So if you find a new source, you can fight like usual again. Exactly, there's an easy fix, you should try it out tomorrow. I've already arranged rooms, so for now take a load off. Old Dubai is your no home away from home. I appreciate that a lot, but if everyone is on Moon Dubai as an AI, then... Oh, that's right, what about food? Does that mean they don't need your drink? Don't you worry about that, you'll see why soon enough. Show them their rooms, would you, Asara? I'll do it myself, but then I'd have to move. Yeah, I know, I wouldn't expect otherwise. You 3 come with me. I'll show you a bit of old Dubai on the way to your rooms. See anything you like? How's this ancient GPU? Lots of AI carry them as good luck charms. What's that? We have any CPUs? Oh no, be silly. Hey, I'm so sorry. Today's art class is only in the morning. I can go shopping for art supplies. Yes. That's right. I can take a cruise ship to Area D. I heard I can get more paint there. Just being careless. There you go, being careless with their frame. Your neuron layers way past the threshold. You can't go around reforming every building. You need to rest too. There's an unregistered ship at the dock. They're requesting raw materials. Sure, those E-ships are first generation, right? I've always wanted to work on one of those. It's amazing. I didn't think I'd see one outside of a museum. I see lots of people here. There isn't much difference between us and them, even though they're AIs. So it seems like this were normal for old humans, huh? This is the only part of the city that's so noisy. As you imagine, Moon Dubai, or rather the new humans, have no need for labor. The entire point of inventing AI was to spare humanity the need for it. Once AI took over all of this, people's happiness and quality of life grew by leaps and bounds. The big wars became a thing of the past. International disputes, political problems, those all became a thing of the past. Thanks to the resources were able to be distributed properly. People no longer had to compete to survive, nor did they have to work for their entertainment. And if people want something, they just touch a catalog and it's delivered, or made on the spot in under an hour. Unlike old humans, which I hear order things manually and wait for them delivered. This is one that's much more efficient. Before long, even the idea of transporting necessities faded. If anyone needed anything, they could be made out on the spot using a 3D printer. I don't know of cost, of course. So no longer needed money, and that also means nobody needs to work either. That's right, humans everywhere are freed from labor. We proved beyond a doubt requiring individuals to work, survive, was a flaw in amateur society. Thanks to AI, humans were free to live however they wished. They no longer want for anything. So the Wall-E future. After a century of living, humans decided to become AI themselves. These days, labor's a privilege reserved for second generation. Third gens like me don't have to work for anything. But as you can see, this area is home to a bunch of eccentrics, so it doesn't always work out like that. But I digress, never mind. You'll understand more soon enough. More importantly, why don't you go check out that shop? They'll carry something they can use. Something there smells amazing. Welcome, what can I get for you? Serving robot. It's a burger place. They're even making them in the open. Look, senpai, a menu. Jumbo meal with only best tasting. Healthy meal, focused on nutritious. A merry meal comes with a toy. What are you going to go with? I can definitely tell you I'm in the mood for one of those double burgers. That's what I was thinking too. Juicy and filling. Thank you. Please enjoy your stay. There are other places to eat around here as well. When you have the time, I suggest looking around to see what suits you. As the organic frames come to these places sometimes too, but not many. So the owners will be thrilled to have more customers. Nothing's more wasteful than an empty restaurant after all. Will that be all? Thank you. Please come again. Next up, living quarters. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, humans. The robot even kind of reminded me of Wall-E, who is a very adorable robot. Here, this will be your space. Make yourselves at home. Oh, it's very roomy. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's our duty as humans to provide people with their own space. You should know that Moon Dubai is set to follow a day and night cycle, so it'll be night soon. I'm sure you still have more questions, but for now I suggest you get sleep. Alright, see you later. I'll be back for you tomorrow with job and labor. Huh? Job and labor? Aren't those the same thing? Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Aren't those technically the same thing? Remember, Janako said, you can't summon servants easily right now because you lack resources. But unfortunately, old Dubai's resources don't have enough resources to share, so here's what you're going to do. Huh? Exterminate the oversized pest that happens to create a wealth of materials. A sandworm. Mash is off on a different assignment, so she won't be able to help you. Now go, show what you're made of. You can't easily take on an enemy like this, so if things look dire, don't be afraid to use command spells. I should be fine, honestly. Sieg is pretty strong since I've been pumping a lot of resources into him, as you saw. Yeah, anyone who's level 100 with 2k foes is usually going to be able to handle anything their class could require of them. Even my Jason handles things reasonably well, although, to be fair, his damage is his weakest asset. Like, it sucks not having a battery, but the biggest thing is he loves to leave stuff just a bit short, and no, bringing him to 120, level 120 won't fix that. Sea stars. Alright, time. I should have brought Queen Sheba if I knew this was going to be a solo fight. The boss fight. Well, whatever. NP animations that amuse me are definitely up there. And the NP animation was basically the main reason I chose who is a Jason over the other bronzes. It can make me laugh. Yeah, I can barely do any damage to Daikokuten. Yeah, I can't do anything to anyone here because I actually have a proper team for this fight. Now, this is 5 again, is it? And I just barely don't have enough for a Brave Chain. How frustrating. Whatever, we'll do it this way. I want Daikokuten's last. Oh my, that did a lot more damage than I was expecting. Alright, we're gonna do it this way so the NP should finish it. Alright, this should be good. That should break the bar. Break. There we are. Disable hydraulic limiter. Oh dear, I should have used the guts effect. Welp, we all know what I need to do now. Oh, that's an invul and pierce, isn't it? Alright, we'll do it this way. Oh right, I forgot that reduced charge. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die. Now, I could be lazy and just simply restart the fight. Now, if I could not be lazy and just restart the fight, or possibly just bring Queen Sheba, who can easily tear through this quickly. But I'm going to be an idiot, because it's... Yeah, I have no idea how Castori was carrying me in Grail fronts with just her with her actual combat rather than just support, but it happened. Though I guess to be fair, Lakshmi Bai was also genuinely really good at Grail fronts, because their enemies don't actually have the ridiculously high HP that causes their damage to be so anemic. Alright, we should be able to finish this with just an Art's Brave chain. Good, the new moon mats are dropping. I know they dropped new mats. That's to give you something to farm in the new area, so that each chapter has something relevant to farm. But I'd be fine if they didn't introduce a new map, but instead introduced a better node to farm for an older map. That would also be appreciated. But it's 6 of one or half dozen of the other. I don't mind either way. It's just kind of one of those things I'm kind of surprised they didn't even experiment with at one point. What a haul. Oh, with that thing, seeing a master from back when there were no restrictions on fighting instincts. Now I'll split the resources we got from the stand worms right down the middle and use them to charge Master Shield. You win, we win, everyone wins. Thanks, we'll count on you this every day. That was the hardest of a long time. Wait. That's right, you got labor, Master got a job. Bart's here for fun, I guess. Hey now, that's not fair. I might have only been steering the stand ship, but that's a good job, right? I thought so too. The thing is, your stress levels are practically nil. Not to mention, the ship's guide told us we were just shooting the breeze in the report. So, what's the difference between job and labor exactly? The difference? Well, obviously... Oh, hello, Senpai. Bart, welcome back. Looks like you finished your lesson for the day, Mash. How'd it go with our militia? It's wonderful. They're all avid learners. I only know so much. I learned all from Leonidas. But if that knowledge can help the militia improve their own skills, I can ask for nothing more. Ah, so even in 3019, the spirit of Sparta lives on. I see. So you're working as old Dubai's militia close combat quarter. That sounds more like a job than labor. That's right. We ditched those concepts ages ago. It's a task. Labor's a task completed for survival. A job has its own intrinsic value. We've been separating them here, but they say work used to naturally encompass both in equal measure. I see. So labor is just the necessary task to acquire nutrients for survival, while a job contributes to society at large. But if nobody's here to do either of those things, then does that mean the advancement of AI causes people to stop jobs as well as labor? Because the AI stole their jobs from them? Right, in our time, AI was first developed at the tail end of the 20th century, and generative started becoming commonplace around 2000. And back then, it was effectively just a prediction engine that would choose its responses from a wide library of words, technology. But it became steadily more human every time new information processes were invented. Yeah, even now, what a lot of people call AI is just an LLM that copies off information off the internet. And to be fair, the internet does have a lot of information, but there's still a lot of limits to what they're actually capable of. Like, if you mess with ChatGPT, you'll notice it's programmed to basically always agree with you. And of course, it can't do anything that isn't out there. It's also why a lot of AI-generated art stuff looks extremely generic, because it copies a lot of very common styles. Ideally, it should really be a tool to help artists there, but I suppose that's not really the fault of the LLM-style AI, and more the fault of businesses wanting to cut out as much labor as they can. Steady, more human every time information processing. AI experts at times that the biggest problems, like hallucinations, would eventually be resolved. and it would lead to a new singularity would outstrip human intelligence. It was originally created to aid humanity, but it was believed that in its ultimate form, it would inevitably do humans could do, but better. In other words, the Terminator. Skynet, that sort of thing. Really, generative was developed that late in your timeline? I don't know if this is true, but I heard from a street vendor in our timeline it became widespread before 2000. It went on to reach singularity before the political system of government showed their limits. Things move quickly. First thing post-singularity AIs did was make bodies themselves, robots. Then they advanced and perfected methods of technology that let them work in place of humans. The oldest general-purpose robot was manufactured in 1999, so at that point humans no longer needed to perform labor to survive. AI did not steal their jobs, though. Rather, it made the jobs unnecessary. The distinction is an important one. Humanity's been working towards that for millennia, haven't they? A society where people don't have to work to live? In our timeline, we did get there. I have zero doubts that it was the just thing to do. However, there have been many problems with the humans whose hand that justice, with the humans whose in the justice rested. As a result, the period is considered a dark age. Not even we were told what happened then. We just figure it was a dangerous time. The knowledge had to be censored for our own good. Sounds like technology was way more advanced in this timeline than ours. I wouldn't say that. I doubt this world is more than 20 years ahead of yours technologically. As long as there's more sufficient foundation, artificial intelligence will grow exponentially. We AIs were lucky. We just barely made it in time. You know, the bigger you make something, the more reluctant you are to tear it down. It's kind of like that. I guess your world's foundation was already completed before these new technologies came about. Well, what's right for one universe may not be ideal for another. Thank you for the wonderful dinner. This rice dish in particular tastes like chicken. Apparently, it's a recreation of the old home cooking dish. The owner of the restaurant made it. I think his name is Chakarim. It looks a little unusual, but he's actually a cook. Phew, I can finally catch my breath. I feel like I can finally catch my breath. Alright, we should probably discuss our next move now. Right, we escaped Old Dubai to hide from the moon cancers. The moon cancer of this area, Janako, has no intention of participating. Instead, she's sheltering us from the other candidates. Our only way back to Chaldea is to change this world's foundation of humanity value. I'm also wondering if we should do something about this contest of BBs. Yeah, this world might belong to a different timeline, but I don't like all this talk about determining the way humanity went extinct. I worry that could affect our future if we're unlucky enough. So if we can stop this election, I do think we should. It also seems like it'll be easier to defeat BB Dubai, okay? Easier to defeat DB Dubai as well. Exactly. For all we know, there could be other moon cancers besides Junako willing to help us. I'm also concerned about the other servants we parted ways with at this tower. Yeah, they were hurt pretty badly. Yeah, BB Khan just ate them or something. But at any rate, we should focus on lying low for now. I say we stay here and build up our strength until the Master can perform simple summons without issue, without investigating the other areas. I'm wondering about those two, especially Area E, given its high approval. This isn't the time to be hasty, though. Better let Janako handle these kind of investigations. Dinner agreed. We'll be staying here for the next several days. It'll be a good chance to get familiar with life here. Alright, let's get some rest to get back tomorrow. Yeah, either way, we're gonna have to start slaying them all and to hopefully find a weakness for BB. Old Dubai holiday. Ooh, an Avenger. Now, why would there be one of those? Oh, it must be a generic enemy, which is unfortunate. I should probably swap these two, but otherwise that looks fine, yeah. Oh yeah, I did grail the base BB, largely because she's my go-to murder and Avenger unit. And I guess to be fair, of the extra classes, Avengers do seem particularly popular, especially in summer events. So having someone to take care of those is very helpful. I see. So basically we're having a bit of a time skip right now. I'll take this time to grab a sip of my drink. A week later. Another hard day's work. If I never see another sandworm again, it'll be too soon. Now... Oh, the camel guy. I was not expecting a camel guy. Let's not give in despair. How about some nice fresh don't take your mind off things. Those are liquima, a deep fried sweet drizzled in syrup. That sounds delicious. Yes, that's right. It came across it digging through old records. You like these kind of things, yes, yes? You know, I'm gonna Google that. Here we are. Liquima. Here we are. They're also called lakma. They're Middle Eastern style donut balls. Crisp on the outside, fluffy on the inside, drizzled with homemade sugar syrup. Ooh, now that does sound delicious. Oh, thanks. Here's some nice chakram. I'm so glad. Here, have more bliss. Tomorrow I'll make a nice big platter of food for dinner. Shall I grill some fish? A big platter? That must be samakamashi. Yes, please. That sounds amazing. Hey, now, try not to spoil him too much. You guys won't be staying here forever. He's second gen, so it's hard for him to say goodbye when he gets attached. Now that you mention it, I've been meaning to ask. We know everyone on Moon Dubai is an AI, but it sounds like not all AIs are the same. What are the differences in these second and third gens you've been mentioning? Yeah, you said you're a third gen. Is that correct? Oh, did I not tell you yet? Sorry, it's such common knowledge, it must have slipped my mind. Yeah, a lot of common sense for this universe is missing for us. Generation refers to the time period in which it was made. It also represents our stage. First gen are human support units with limited capabilities, made for a very specific purpose. They're designed to help humans with their jobs. You've seen the barista robot at Master Books, right? That's a first gen. What about our sandship guide? Is she first gen? Her? I guess you could say that. Anyway, second gens are more advanced AIs that were designed to possess minds and abilities similar to humans. They go beyond more support and are more like full partners. There are even historical accounts of old humans marrying second gen AIs. Ah, like that guy who married. He'd the hologram. Yeah, a lot of people like to make fun of that, but then. And the guy got a harsh reminder when the servers were shut down, and so they couldn't support. Yeah, reasons like that are why there needs to be an end of service plan rather than just a generic, yeah, we'll do whatever. Which results in second gens using non-human. That actually turned out to be something of a societal problem, which resulted in all of them using non-humanoid bodies for their frames. I imagine there's some that would be. So that's why he has a camel face. I thought it was just a mask because he wore camels. Nope, this is my real face. Have you actually seen a live camel? You have. That makes me happy. I do love camels, so I'm thrilled to see you have a camel's face. Sorry, I didn't realize I was a real one. I'm so proud of it. That's okay. Your face is a lovely shape, and so does yours. They're somehow different from the ones in third gen frames. Well, that's no surprise. The third gen's body is just an imitation. On that note, third gen AIs are advanced from being human partners to a new full-blown human in their own right. That being said, first and second generations are citizens just like we are. There's no hierarchy among the generations. We're all equal and we all share the same goal. We just happen to have different purposes. So they use more of a role system like the index rather than a proper hierarchy. To replace humans. That's why the reason we were created. While we're at it. Goals. What's the goal? To replace humans. That's why we were created. While we're at it, can I ask one more question? You have different frames of bodies, but some are organic, some are functionally the same as mine and Senpai's. Why is that? Isn't having an organic body inconvenient? Inorganic, our bodies are more human. That is, they allow us to experience more human pleasures. Take this food. Shakrim here cooks, though only makes use of that skill only to make use of that skill he's learned. We don't need to go through all that trouble. We can input the data of the nutrients, texture, and aroma in our heads and receive the same satisfaction of actually eating a good meal. In fact, we can just input the satisfaction and directly save more trouble. But after we checked the math, one area did stand out having a clear difference between mere data and reality. Oh, what's that? Stress. Meals are a means of replenishing energy, and that's just as true with AI, even with our different formats. But when old humans ate, they didn't just replenish energy, it recovered from stress. Just like organic bodies have stresses unique to them, there exists stress unique to AI, and you can't experience that difference without an organic body of your own. No matter how much we've tried, electron-based neural networks can't replicate the phenomenon of recovering stress by eating. All that is why some third gens decide to use organic frames close designed to humans as possible. You might be jealous of our mortality, we're just as jealous of the ability to increase your own happiness through something as simple as eating. I see. So is your frame organic too then, Asara? Only about 10%. My organic parts are skin and brain. I didn't choose to experience the joys of eating. Dramatic Bart Hall Lemieux. I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch break. Laughing Night Brigade's attacking the neighboring area. We can't understand their overwhelmingly violent nature on our own. Leave it to us, understand? Well, hopefully BB won't mind us taking the time for a training montage before we move on. Seal 13. Decision start. What's this? Inflict death that machine preparation. Inflict death that ignores all resistance on all allies and enemies, including sub-members. Okay, so basically I have a strict time limit to murder this guy. Very well. Oh my. Beefy boy, isn't he? Granted, it's 14 turns to do that, and we have more than enough time to make sure we survive. What time is it now? Oh, so that's the goal. 10 turns. Whatever, I've already used one of these. I suppose the Zerker class score might not be half bad, but this will take out most of them, I'm pretty confident. Alright, there we go. Mighty Chain time. Yeah, this should pretty easily clear out the trash mobs. Yeah, I don't mind being forced to bring Mash since she can reasonably buff, but I don't like that I'm being forced to bring Bart. Bart is really not that great. Ah, damn it. That was fun. It is very stupid to be wasting all these here, but, you know, I've already used one, and I'm not going to be streaming this again until Monday at the earliest, possibly Tuesday. I still need to do Occult Crescent the next night I stream, and then this weekend is dedicated to Spyro Reignited, so I won't be able to do it then. Here we are. Mighty Chain time. Adieu. I'll be back. There we go. That's a good crit. High voltage. Alright, I should be able to take out those guys easily with Bart's NP. You know what, we'll do it this way. We'll make this a Mighty Chain. Alright, good. Enjoy. You're real strong now. Yeah, notice how tanky, despite being a berserker, Tamika has lasted longer than the others. Okay, gonna have to do this way. Alright, activate defenses. Yeah, 7 turns, they're not gonna last that long. Actually, I don't even have to use the NP. I can just use a Buster Brave Chain here. That should finish it. There we are. Battle finish. Understood. Exploding now. It worked. Does stuff like this happen often? No, not often. They just show up occasionally and just keep blowing themselves up. Don't worry about the knights from Area F. They're hardly a threat. Our area may be weak, but so is theirs. Plus, they need to contend with an untamable monster. As long as King Protea is there, I doubt F will ever gain new supporters. So she's being a good deterrent then. That's my Protea. I knew she was no ordinary girl with a hidden eye. That said, the other areas probably know you're here by now. It won't be long before other moon cancers make a move. I'm afraid this might be the last quiet meal you have for a while. Well, that's alright. We're gonna have to murder all the candidates sooner or later. Except for Janako, obviously. Although she'll probably have to do a heroic sacrifice because they all have to do that. Lion Sky, the terrifying mechanized empire. Oh. Alright, I need to sell some stuff here. Oh, I know what to do here. Alrighty, you get to enjoy watching me enhance this event. Let's see here. The next servant to be enhanced. Well, I'm gonna need a very powerful one, so... Alright, it's gonna have to be either Lakshmi Bai or... Honestly, I kind of want to do... You know what, we'll go with Ptolemaeus. I'll get to her eventually, but there's a bunch of these that we'll definitely want to be doing. Yeah, I need to do HP and attack power. Archers having a slightly reduced attack is a bit annoying, so this will help make up for that a little. Yeah, I really hate the one thing I really hate about these 5-star foe cards is by and large they're really just glorified 2-star cards. Because they give you so little for much and they're drip fed to us. I get the point is to make sure they're a rare commodity so that you make sure you choose carefully who you give them to. But it's just not as fun, in my opinion, when you're just seeing it go up so tiny. Then again, maybe the genre of mobile game is affecting my opinions on that. There we are. Then again, Suzuka's also going to be a very good candidate for gold foes, just because I'm going to make her my Grand Rider. So giving her as much as possible is going to be quite nice. Although I suppose that does mean I have very few single-target Grand Servants. I mean, Ptolemaeus just gets lucky that he can pull double duties, but not all of them have that option. I suppose I could change it around if need be. By the way, if I have to choose among the 7 ones, I guess if I had to favor, I'd say I like the Knight classes a bit more than the others. But like I said, I do like the 7 main ones more than the extras. But my favorite class, that's going to change based on the day, if we're honest. Scorching sunlight, rustle of dry wind over the dunes. All clear on the western desert. Man, it sure has been peaceful around ever since Janako's guests started taking out the sandworms. Hey, how come the wind's so strong anyway? What's the climate set to? It's caused by a difference in air pressure. You know how Area 1 is an underground nuclear fusion reactor? Well, they made a vent to expand around near the one's dome edge. That's why this area is a desert. It's not because it's still undeveloped. It's because things work better this way. Interesting. See, I was over in the mall before I moved to Old Dubai. Yeah, that strikes me as just trying to explain, okay, why is there a desert here? Because we need it. We need a desert for these set pieces, but we need an excuse, so this is just going to be our convenient excuse for it. Not to complain, it's just kind of funny. Yeah, I only ever cared about what's going on here. Though I suppose I wonder if I've been a bit more harsh on the story as of late. Granted, I suppose it doesn't help that I was really excited for the summer event that acts as a prelude to this chapter, only to find out the chapter was basically a nothing burger. I mean, even the opening here did a pretty good job of recapping everything of relevance, because the actual dialogue and stuff going on was just a nothing burger of this is a famous Dubai X or Y thing. Because, you know, they want you to Google all this stuff on your own time. I only ever cared about what's going on there, so there's a lot I don't know about how Moon Dubai is put together. Actually, what about the other citizens? It's only been 19 years since we awoken, right? Are they still figuring out their identities? Nah, only sleepyheads like you struggle with that. Most of us figure out what we want to support as soon as... Hold on, sandstorm? No, dust clouds? Oh crap, those are company environment suppressors, and they must be at least 20. Contact Sara. Tell them Thomas Alva Edison Mechanized Empire is invading. Yeah, as expected, Edison's going to be the main villain. He has a very shitty NP, however, so I'm not very worried. Nothing started Dubai morning like a sweet cup of milk tea. Good morning, Senpai. I'm told you how many sandworms today. Janako said she had something to discuss with us, so we'd like to come see her before... Wait, what's going on outside? Good morning, Chaldea. Phew, good you're still here. We have an emergency on our hands, and we need you to lay low here. If you get out there, you'll only complicate things. Does this emergency have something to do with all those military boots pounding on the ground outside? I can hear dozens of armored feet even the way up here. Yes, it does. Mechanized soldiers have forced their way into our territory. They've taken over the plaza, though at least they're not attacking yet. They're trying to pressure Janako to surrendering. It's Edison's typical go-to tactic. That Edison, eh? You know him. Lionhead? Sure, he doesn't strike me as one of our companions. If he has a lion head, that's definitely the Edison we know, especially since we can't acknowledge Richard the Lionheart yet, since he didn't technically come until next year. Truth be told, I think having him come early was probably very convenient, since he's actually was only added as a matter of fan service. From my understanding, he's not actually part of any storyline in the game right now, neither event nor main story. I've had some convince them tell me I've run into quite a few actually that convince themselves that this means Lord Logres is going to come a year early, but from my understanding, Lord Logres is a huge story character, so it'd basically be like getting Morgan a year early. We could, but it would certainly ruin a lot of what's supposed to be a surprise. And the NA server devs constantly have to remind people that you're not supposed to know about the stuff coming yet. I'm sorry to ask this, but is there somewhere you can watch not seen from? Well, you can get a good view of the plaza from Lookout Tower. Oh, fine. But it's only big enough for you and the Master. You'll have to stay here, Bart. Got it. Keep an eye on it here, Sarah. Don't let them run off their own. Alright, you come with me, but remember, those mechanized soldiers have auto sensors, so no talking until it's safe. Nod quietly to show that you get it. Or the zipping thing of... No, you probably wouldn't understand that gesture. Ugh, so sandy, dusty, rustic, typical of limited urban development capacity of a pathetic, puny political party. This place hasn't changed one iota since last time I was here. What a tragedy this is the best a pure-blooded cancer era can do. Worry not, people will Dubai. I'll never let you leave in this grip of such mediocrity. Everyone should be equal in the face of upcoming apocalypse, which I support giving every citizen a fully mechanical body. Join me now, and let me make one of our newest enhanced models. What do you say? Generous? Magnanimous? Presidential even? That looks really stupid. It was a universal truth, but I'm the greatest inventor and entrepreneur of all time. I am the up-and-coming moon cancer who unite all of Dubai. Thomas Edison altar. Shut up before they see us. Now then, where am I find Janako? I thought we have morning debate. Candid. Our leader's deep in her room. Won't be coming outside anytime soon, so I'll have to come back later. Is that the backbone you can muster? Well, timid leader, timid subordinates. It's quite alright. Janako can stay where she is. My business isn't with her. I'm putting together the super dynamic general elite squadron to represent the best of what my company has to offer. And I believe such a squadron deserves golden bodies to symbolize their brilliance. I'll help myself to Area's mother-load of medals, the golden suit. Oh, don't worry, people won't have to lift a finger. You may well shatter your vertebrae if you were to drop my precious gold to those weak, flimsy arms of yours. And my company transport department's already arrived. They should finish relocating everything in approximately 4 hours. You can just relax and enjoy tea in the meantime. You can't do that. It's one of the few production lines we have. It's regrettable when it's trample over your personal property this way, but it goes with capitalism. No, industrialism. Everything I do is in service of my vision. The mechanization of humanity. Mechanized soldiers. What's the Avatron Company's motto? Down with humanoids second and third. Convert all of humanity into work machines. Let humanity produce materials without thought. Let humanity destroy itself, devote itself to serving citizens of the star systems. Erase traces of war. Very good. It looks sharp, men. Perhaps a bit too much subjectivity for the matter, but perhaps a bit too much subjectivity for my taste, but no matter. I'm the great and magnanimous citizen. If anyone here has a complaint, I'm willing to hear you out. Assuming any of you have the background voice, then that is. That lion in shades has stolen everything from Golden Sock. He's gone too damn far this time. This is so awful I can cry. Who does he think he is? Taking gold while I'm busy being a shut-in. Please, you gotta teach that lion-head jerkface a lesson. I can't believe Edison's become an altar now. And one that'll never become playable, that's for sure. They have all these cool, silly, and sometimes just really interesting designs, but they don't make them playable. Oh, take it easy, Janako. This actually works out perfectly. We're going to have to pay a visit to Edison's area sooner or later, and it's not just us. This concerns you too, Master. What do you mean? Are you saying Senpai's fault became such a bad guy? No, that was all Edison. This is about Lip. Remember what I said about Passion Up statue? Edison actually took that too. He and his stupid machine army made up a bunch of nonsense, took it before we could stop them. Now he's put it in his factory where his soldiers treat it like their idol. Huh? Why would he do that? I think he might have an idea. To the mechanized soldiers, the hands and weapons are both powerful and weapons and beautiful works of art, so he probably thought our statue brought us to the factory to boost morale. So Edison's been taking unfair of old and mistreating Lip, huh? He definitely needs to be punished. I'd say he deserves at least 60% of his assets seized, minimum. I'd almost forgotten how scary Matt can be sometimes. We've been waiting for an opportunity to get Lip back ourselves. We even have a route all mapped out. The only problem is, we're not equipped to carry her statue out there without soldiers spotting us. But if you're there with us, you can just make a contract with her and she won't be a statue anymore. With Lip back, those mechanized soldiers won't stand a chance. We'll bolster our forces and grind away at theirs at the same time. Are you in? Lip was one of us to begin with, so of course we're in, right, Master? You know it. Now, tell me more. Alright, knew you'd agree, but thanks the same, Master. Okay, sorry, get at that dummy container. The plan couldn't be simpler. You'll sneak in the container as it's scheduled to be transported. Free Lip once you get there. We'll also send a secret sand ship to the harbor and trust that Bart's navigational skills will make getting out easy. As for the security systems, don't you worry. I'll send along the hacking mouse to disable them. Edison's probably pretty smug after plundering our gold, so let's take advantage of that to settle this once and for all. Machine factory. Unable to continue. Formation restricted. So basically we're going to have a fixed party of NPCs, I'd wager. It really is cramped in here. And hot. It's been 2 hours since we boarded this container. Assuming everything's gone to plan, we should be in the factory by now. I can hear the mechanized soldiers outside. Sounds like it's almost time to make our move. They said this container should be taken to Zone 21 where Lips put on display. Right, Janaka required a map before we left, and Asara's team calculated transport route. Their calculations are so exact they blurred an outright prognostication. Even just for life in old Dubai, they seem as accurate as one of Sheba's observations of the future. Alright, I keep forgetting they're actually incredibly advanced AIs. I'm completely on board with their plan, but there's one threat they couldn't account for. My heart's beating so fast I'm having trouble breathing. I'm worried it might slow me down. Oh no, you're feeling sick? I just thought you'd be used to swaying. No, it's not like that. Your hidden eye is always a sight to behold. It's even more beautiful now. I suppose I could say the Ortanax. No, I can't. Suiting up takes a lot of the magical energy. I'll just have to really focus this moment to remember perfect detail. Bart, focus. Yeah, always having to bring up like a pull string doll. The container stopped. I'm not picking up any heat signatures of mechanized soldiers outside. We'll break out the container 48 seconds in accordance with our plan, then make our way to the warehouse where Lips on display. 30, 35, 40, 45, now. This factory. Yep, couldn't forget this place if I tried. This doesn't seem connected to Moon Dubai's technology. It's completely automated, no AI in sight. Hey, that's weird. Every facility we've seen has been staffed by AI. Even the Marian Hotel was no exception. Why haven't they automated more of their workload? Good question. With more of their advanced engineering, it should be easy for them. Never mind that now. We need to focus on the plan. It could be Old Dubai and the Marian Hotel exceptions rather than the rule. Lip's statue should be the next warehouse over. They said it's right in the center. Can't miss it. Come on, the icicle factory is no place for a delicate maiden like her. Hang on there, Lip work coming for you. She's not here. I don't see her anywhere. According to the map, she should be in this warehouse. Was she moved? Maybe they knew we were coming, in which case... Unregistered workers. There are 0 factory tours scheduled today. Please press your citizen ID within 30 seconds. If we're unable or unwilling, you'll be considered hostile litigants within as in law. Surveillance robots are entering through the openings. They're scanning us. We gotta destroy them next 30 seconds. Assuming attacks are 6 seconds, then that means we have about 15 rounds. Yeah, it's fine. Defeat all enemies within 1 turn. Oh, within 1 turn. Yeah, that's the big issue then. They're forcing me to... they're forcing 2 out of 3 frontline people with no batteries whatsoever. That is really stupid. Hold on. Yeah, warning. Within this quest, you must defeat all enemies with 1 turn. I guess in case you failed. Alright, so basically I need someone with a 50% instant battery. Or I could use the plug suit to send someone else in. You know, alternatively, I could also just use my kaleidoscope. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think to do that. I'm an idiot. And thankfully, I have more than enough buffs to make sure that this functions. Let's begin high-speed combat. I guess they might have expected me to bring a support to actually just power up Bart, since he gave himself some attack buffs to make sure it would happen. That said, I'm pretty sure Suzuka should be more than strong enough to take them all out. They only have about 80k damage most. Although... yeah, no, they all died. It just didn't say overkill. Excellent. Unregistered intruders, please prevent within 30 seconds. Within 40 seconds. Within 50, never mind. Please prevent your days within 50, never mind. Talk about tyranny of the majority. There's no problem individually. They keep coming. They're gonna sound the alarm. We have to do something before they sold up. We can't let ourselves get surrounded. Already? Damn it, now we have to run for... different colored... wait, you don't need to retreat. Now these drones are defective. The more of them are active, the longer it'll take them to sound the alert. It takes a lot of processing power for them to assess the situation. Here for Passion Lip, right? Come with me. I'm Ben, the general of the Mechanized Soldier Army, and Thomas's master. I'm not prepared to do battle with you at this time. No, introduce yourselves. You don't have much time. It won't be long before they detect you. Passion Lip Statues, Zone 26, not Zone 21 where you just were. You have a map of the factory, right? You should take the shortest route possible before Thomas shows up. I appreciate the info, but why are you doing this? It's a matter of principle. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Passion Lip. She might be an AI being, but she's not like us, and she's obviously not like the mechanized soldiers either. She was born from something not at all human. It's only a matter of time before Area 1 becomes a battlefield. She shouldn't be there when that happens. Because she's not cut out fighting? Because she's a woman? Or, no. As a weapon, Passion Lip's capacity for destruction is astonishing. She's most assuredly suited for combat. That's why Thomas seized her from Area C. But sending her into battle disgusts me in a way I cannot ignore. Does it mean you and Thomas have had a falling out? No, the matter of Passion Lip is our only difference of opinion. I'm just here to advocate. I'm just as much an advocate as a vision as my fellow AIs who volunteered to be mechanized. I understand his ideals. His method of extinction would result in humanity having meant something. Go. This is the last peaceful talk you and I will ever had. What you think? Don't you think Edison's behaving strangely? I don't know what you mean. Thomas is the very avatar of intelligence and rationality. As far as I can tell, he behaves the same way now as when I first summoned him on behalf of Moon Dubai. Having said that, he was a different class at the time. He was a caster. Once he became a moon cancer after hearing the explanation, he began to harbor intense anger towards death. Or rather, towards the concept of parting with one's neighbors. That's all I have to say. My involvement with this matter ends here. We may be enemies, but I'll wish you luck nonetheless. There she is. Look, right where Ben said she'd be. Mwahaha. Who should the spies Skulker Mara have turned out to be but the old humans of Chaldea? Thank you for saving the trouble searching for you. Thank you for being so astoundingly foolish. A token of appreciation. I'll let you gaze upon the fruits of my labor before sending you demise. Tell me, what do you think of my awe-inspiring production line, unparalleled military force? Why, in 10 days, I declare I'll have sufficient power to prevail, even if I were to take on every moon cancer at once. On another note, I won't have spies stealing this on my watch. Not the steps toward my goddess. How is he still so fast with all that bulk? Is he wearing skates or something? It's called linear movement, you ignoramus. Now give yourselves up already. Go on, senpai. We'll hold him back when we get to Lip. Thanks, Mash. Yeah, I'm not worried about... Edison. There's no possible way they gave him a whole new kit, which means his NP is going to be the same shitty one he normally has. No more crazy talk, Edison. You're the king of inventors. Aren't you ashamed to be participating in something as like this showdown? And why are you wearing those dangerously pointy sunglasses at your age anyway? The entire human race could sue you for reckless endangerment, and they'd be right to do it. You have a tongue as sharp as any reporter that's ever badgered me. Inventors have feelings too, you know. But no matter. Now that I've awakened my duty, I fear no such slanderous defamation. Besides, the human race is dead and gone. There's no one left to blame or criticize me. Plebeians like you can never understand my deeply profound approach to this problem. Sure we can. You're proposing humanity went extinct because they turned themselves into machines, right? Wait, what? That would certainly put an end to humanity. There'd be no more wars, discrimination, and inequality. It seems pretty happily ever after to me, but you're missing one thing. But really, Thomas, tell me how that's at all interesting. How is it interesting? You even need to ask? I'm going to turn Earth into a completely automated factory. There's nothing but manufacture products and ship them to the empty blacknesses of space. That's the company's vision. That's my purpose. My name will shine through the ages of the history of the geniuses who built this largest factory. That's ridiculous. What are you even going to send those products to? What purpose could they serve? I don't know, and that doesn't matter. What matters is that humanity accomplishes something great. This is what happens when you try to reward those who are still living. Humanity should just disappear forever. Gah. Those are some impressive defenses. I'll add them to my collection once I... Hey, a universe-wide cash-on delivery scam? Not on my watch. What the... Ah! Now to follow Janako's instructions. Passion Lip's statue is kind of like a time capsule. She is summoned as a servant, yet exists without a master. In Lip's mind, her software, if you will, guided you around 2030. Thus, if you reinstall that software to her frame, she should reboot. Raise that command spell, brandish that command spell, and Passion Lip shall awaken, awaken, awaken. At least I think. If not, I'll feel bad. Janako is such a fun character. Wake up, wake it up, Passion Lip. Contract accepted. Good morning, Master. I already understand the situation. Would you like me to take care of the threats in the area? Absolutely. 50 enemy units located. Activating skill. Trash and crush. What? What the? Ah! My army's being condensed! I'm still picking up their signals, but it looks like Edison's mechanized army have vanished. That was Lip's compression codec. I've never seen its output so high before. Welcome back, Lip. Thank you for saving us yet again. No need to thank me. I'm merely following my master's orders. Nice to meet you, Shielder. I am Passion Lip, the alter ego of love and hatred. Sorry to say this suddenly, but I recommend a retreat. The attack dramatically reduced my combat output. It'll take me 93 minutes to recover my strength. I won't be able to stop a second wave. You need to go somewhere place safe as soon as possible, or I may end up vanishing. It looks like she's very logical about this. We can worry about that later. What matters is we saved her. Even if it's technically a different Passion Lip and not the one we lost earlier, the fact we saved her is still relevant. She's still our friend, after all. She's just a new friend instead of the old one. Thank you for filling me in, I see. So this is the second time I've saved your lives. I'm glad to know our relationship sounds so positive. By the way, Master, am I right to assume you wish to continue our contract since you woke me with your command spells? Yes, of course. Then please keep our magical energy bypass open. It may not be much, but it's better than nothing. Now that I've informed you of our current status, I'm going to go back to sleep until my magic energy is back to 90%. I knew this was a possibility, but I didn't think she'd get reset quite like this. It's not just her memories that are gone. She's lost her individuality as well. She's more like an alter ego of indifference now. Who knew you could have an ego without feelings? As much as there's some temptation to tell it to be not a joke, I'm pretty sure this is actually her own self-coping right now. So is there any way to bring her memories back? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's beyond even me. She can't even get her memories back because she doesn't have any in the first place. She only just awakened to this world. You'll have to come to terms with the fact she's a new Passion Lip who doesn't know you. Mash, speaking as an AI, I appreciate you care so much, but please don't be too sad. The Sakura 5 are all supporters and partners of humanity, just like I am. They may not look it, but they're machines. If one breaks, a new could take its place. No matter how carefully you handle them, or how much you shower you love, they can be replaced. Humans might find it sad, but believe it or not, it's something we're proud of. The very fact Passionlip was able to save you all is a badge of honor as far as she's concerned. Yes, you're right. Lip is still Lip, even if she doesn't remember the summer together. Yeah, like I said, she may not be our old friend Passionlip, but she's a new friend Passionlip, and that can still be valuable in and of itself. So all we need to do is convey to her how much we care and appreciate her. Yeah, she might be different, but she's still Lip. What about Protea, though? Good point. Lip still hurts in the same place. Right now, that's more important is how we relate to her. Thank you, BB. I appreciate you coming all this way to ship check on us. Sounds like you haven't been having much luck on your end either. Bart, you know where to hit where it hurts, don't you? Alright, I can give you a little more useful intel. BB Dubai will never leave Area B. 30% of Moon Dubai's power comes from the underground facilities. The remaining 70% is from the tower. And since the tower doesn't have any generators, we can assume BB Dubai is using her own magic to provide it. So tell Janako that BB Dubai will never leave her tower as long as the city of Moon Dubai exists. That should put her at ease level, even as timid as she is. Our ultimate goal may be to kill BB Dubai, but it's also crucial we do something about every other area's moon cancer as well. There is no way we can let anything as awesome, as outrageous as this showdown succeed. So let's wipe out all the other moon cancers before one of them gets their approval rating to 70%. Go team! That's fine, just don't please be the surprise 8th boss. She was considering it. Yeah, like I said, it's hilarious if you can get her to break character. Yeah, I figured this from the sound of it, it sounds like all the moon cancers and the others all have multiple lives. Do you think they could get rid of me just by digitally compressing me into junk data? Wahaha. It may have taken an entire year's worth of development time to code an extraction program, but looking at these results, I'd say it was well worth it. And since the time spent in compression is also compressed, it can't have been more than a minute here in reality. Wrong, President Thomas. Your admin processing is 3 hours behind. Please get back to work immediately. Get back to work immediately. How incredible a single servant can cause such massive damage. This is exactly why she's my goddess of destruction. I must get her back at all costs. One can never have too many powerful weapons, after all. About that, Mr. President, there's a visitor waiting for you in your office. Who is it? Another moon cancer come to propose an alliance? No, a beast calling herself Anki Ereshkigal. Yeah, whatever gimmicks they give him in the boss fight, well, if there is a boss fight, I have a bit of a feeling. Or perhaps it would be best to hold off and wait. Part of me wants to keep going, but another part of me thinks this is a really good cliffhanger to end it on. I do intend to take my time here, so I'm not going to rush it. Like I said, I'm mostly going to be playing this during the week. The weekend will be dedicated to Spyro Reignited. And next time I stream specifically is definitely going to be Occult Crest in Final Fantasy XIV, because there's some fun stuff going on there, so. Interesting. What's with this big-ass crater here? And this just seems to be a recreation of Dubai there. Yeah, we're definitely going to find something. Yeah, I remember those were also marked as their own areas. I'm sure we'll find out why those are that way they are soon enough. But yeah, I think this will be a good cliffhanger to end it on. I do appreciate that we actually are getting some answers here at a reasonable pace. Yes, I did love Ordeal Call 2 a lot more than 1, even if 1 is still good, but it did love to take its sweet time revealing anything, and even then, the Avengers really hated. But then again, it does seem like there was some sort of rule they couldn't say it. So I had to intuit myself, like, why they were slowly leaving and all that, so I do get that was with purpose. Although I will say it's kind of funny the Count came only to immediately die in this chapter he was introduced. That's just funny. Yeah. So, this will be interesting to be sure. But yeah. After the disappointment that was the summer event, I'm glad to say this one has really... Even if I've made fun of it a bit, I do genuinely like the direction this one's been going. It's been giving us some reasonable reveals. It's been It'll be interesting once they start. I guess they've been exploring a bit about what moon cancers really are as a class, but most of them are summer classes, and a lot of them are crossover characters. So they're always a bit special to begin with. Especially since when they first introduced it, a lot of people thought it would be exclusively just BB or BB and her alters. So the fact they've been expanding it a bit is interesting in and of itself. So I'm genuinely looking forward to this, and I'll be back to this game next week. Alright. Well, until next time, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.